All right. Let me see. Oh, I heard a magic noise already. Hey.
Oh, thank you, Escapade.
Thank you, Escapade. Let me see. What is it today? Sunday. Something.
Today is Sunday, October 21st.
Sunday, October 21st.
And it's a lovely day here in Florida.
It is.
I don't know if we're going to get rain today.
I don't know either. The last few times we've broadcast, it started like pouring rain.
So Kitten is not leaving for pottery class today and is very excited.
Oh, okay. They're excited because they're not going to pottery class. So they can watch us here.
I'm sure that they love their pottery class.
Yeah.
But they're excited to not leave.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That makes sense.
One time,
not like mandatory pottery class.
They left and they won a prize.
Oh, okay. I remember that. So maybe they will win a prize if they stay.
And a lot of people are saying hi. Hello to everyone.
Yeah,
it's been a while since we broadcasted.
Yeah, we've been in California.
Do travel quite a lot.
Yes.
That is one of the hard things, is trying to fit Twitch in with our busy schedule.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, for example, we're here in Florida only briefly. We leave in like a day or two or something for Whitby. We're going to be in England.
I'm very excited about that one. I've always liked Whitby.
Yeah, Whitby is a lovely, lovely city in the middle of nowhere, but a lovely city. I think we're going to have some of our people who watch us on Twitch are probably going to come.
Yeah, if anyone in the room is coming to Whitby, say hi.
Let's see, I'm trying to think what time it would be in England. If it's 3 o'clock here...
Let's see, enter the...
20...
It did enter you in the raffle, HMC.
Oh, the raffle is not quite yet started. Let's start the raffle first.
People
I know you guys
batches.
are here for stuff. Yeah.
What's that?
I know people are here for stuff, so we should probably start the raffle.
It enters people in batches.
Yeah.
It doesn't enter them in one by one.
I don't know. I don't do it. Matt does it.
I promise you.
Yeah.
If you type in !raffle, you're in there.
Okay, and you've already started it?
I have.
Oh, okay.
I started it actually.
But nobody knows what they're going to win. What if it's something they don't want?
But you know what?
I should give people stuff they don't want for the people who enter.
I'm going to give you a visit from like the weird guy down the street. I don't know.
Ew.
I mean, you see, you wouldn't want that, would you? Like, why did I win that raffle?
Oh, especially if it's the guy I'm thinking about.
That says, is your weather as gorgeous and cool as it is here? It's in the low 70s. I don't know if it's in the low 70s,
I think
but
it's,
Jasmine and I were lucky enough to go on a wee bit of a walk this morning, and it was kind of cool. We, lizards weren't out yet.
To leave the house. It's not that we're afraid of lizards, but we don't want to step on them or anything.
They're underfoot.
We have so many lizards that we time things so we do not step on the lizards because there are that many lizards.
Correct.
Yes, it's actually kind of a big crazy deal. I don't know what the temperature
so we
is
do
now.
have high 60s there in Jacksonville. You know, it's
wow.
Now it's way warmer than that here.
Yeah, it's definitely warmer than that. I was gonna see if I could see on this phone.
Ooh, I can't.
My phone is horrible.
Bloody Michael Myers, who I think is a certain buddy.
Oh.
Says hello everybody. I can't stay very long as I'm heading to Pasadena Playhouse to see The Woman in Black.
Oh, how
Happy
cool!
Halloween. The Woman in Black is excellent.
That is lovely. That was a fun play.
It is wonderful,
and
I really, really liked when we were in London. I really liked the stage.
Yeah, it's. I think it's probably still playing there. It was wonderful. It's set up really nice, and the outdoor parts they do really well too.
Yeah,
I'm always interested in the set.
Good time of the season to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was lucky enough to see that in London with Jasmine. Did we take anyone, or did just you and I go?
Just you and me went and saw that one. It was a rare time when I was actually doing something and didn't have work or family.
Yes, but yes, if you're in a large city that does show that, it was excellent. Who was in that? They usually have a.
They always have a token celebrity
ringer
of some sort. Yeah, Stephen Toast. No,
It wasn't Stephen Toast. Although we did see Matt Berry in a play.
We did see Matt Berry in a play. That was awesome. I love Matt Berry. Let's see. Well, we should probably show off the prizes so people know what they're getting into.
Certainly. Would you like me to list them, Jasmine? I'll have to hand you that one calendar.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have a couple pins and a couple calendars, and I'll sign them all before we go to England. So.
That's the first one, and we're doing that around 4 o'clock our time,
we
which
did
makes
it
it in an hour.
So an hour from now.
Right, an hour. We have a day
in
planner.
England, it would be 22 o'clock? I don't know. Okay, the first thing we're giving away is the Strangeling 2019 Weekly Planner. I should call it the Weekly Planner, because they used to make a daily planner that was really cool, and this one isn't as cool, but it's pretty nice. This is actually what I use when I am keeping track of where I'm supposed to be and what country I'm supposed to be in, and get paintings done and such.
Plan your week in style.
Yep, it's very nice. Lovely little day planner. It has the painting 3 Wishes on it. Some of you might remember that from the 3 Wishes Festival and the very famous pin. It's a pretty standard date planner. Just kind of looks like this inside, but it has a very pretty cover.
Hi, Karen. We're doing great, by the way.
Hi, Karen. We'll see you in Whitby.
I'm kind of going back and forth from screens because I'm looking at info while I talk to Jasmine. So if I miss it, especially when I'm talking about these raffles, if I miss any questions, feel free to ask again. Around 5 p.m.
5 p.m.
Which is 2 hours from now.
2 hours from now.
The Strangeling 2019 wall calendar. Let me hand that to you. It was a bit,
hand it to me because I
large.
don't have room over here. I think I heard another magic noise.
I will see what that is in 1 minute.
Alright. Oh, yeah,
Do
here
you
we
need
go.
me to grab that back from you?
I'll find a place for
Okay.
it. Here we go. Strangeling 2019 wall calendar. This is even cooler in a way because you can hang it on the wall. And when the year is over, you can cut it up and you get a whole bunch of prints. So.
Well, thank you so much, Pam.
Yay.
She subscribed with a tier 1 sub for
Oh,
6 months in a row.
Oh, for heaven's sake. I promise you we'll do our best to keep it going that long. We'll see.
Yes.
But we'll see. Okay. I'll show it up. Maybe this camera shows it better. You know what? It's hard to show a big thing like this.
It really
Look at
is.
the back. It's got
Yeah.
everybody. Woo.
Yes, and many people, as Jasmine was saying, you can cut those out in the end.
You can cut them
And
up.
frame
Oh,
those.
Green Goddess in there. That's one of my
Or
favorite
you can just tack
paintings.
them on the wall
Yeah.
like I did as a teenager.
Oh,
Well,
until
not
they cut
Jasmine's
around.
art as a teenager because Jasmine wasn't a professional artist yet, but
I was when I was a teenager.
not when I was.
Oh, not
I-
when
I
you were a
don't know.
teenager.
Well, that's part of it.
Heavens, no. No. Let's see. And they have little pretty pictures and sayings, and they tell you what day it is, and that's very helpful to know. Okay, and I will sign it too. You can, if
Yes,
you don't win it, you
that is a
can buy
calendar.
these. They're not all that expensive. They sell them at Amazon. They sell them at Barnes & Noble, Waterstones, Foyles. Pretty much any big bookstore you go to will probably have them. And if they don't have them, you can ask them. They're from a company called Brush Dance. Brush like a paintbrush. Dance like your Thompson, and it's Brush Dance. And they are great to make my 2020 calendar also. And then after that, a new company called Flame Tree, which is actually an British company, but they will also be making my calendars after that. They're taking over from Brush Dance. But they will definitely continue to do a very good job. It's got one of my little dormouses on here. He's adorable.
Yes, and everyone
Lots of flowers.
joining the raffle, as long as Moobot doesn't go nuts, once you join the raffle, you're good for all 4 raffles.
Yeah. Let's see. After that,
Let's see what I
that would be the
believe
third
that,
one.
That is a little baddie pin, which a lot of you will see soon.
Yes, and some of you
Karen
might
will
already
see it
have
soon.
this. Those of you, especially those of you in the UK, might already have this. I just got mine because we've been out of town, and Matt went to the PO box and got all my stuff. But it came, yay! And a little baddie is the new StrangelingUK.com exclusive. This is one you can actually buy online if you like, and even if you're not in the UK, Paul at Strangeling UK can ship it to you. And her name is a little baddie, or you can win one here. Sorry she's in the package. It might have some sort of glare on there. But there's a little baddie. She's based on a painting I did many years ago. I'm not even sure how many years ago. Don't suppose you remember, Matt?
I don't know. It just timed out somebody for trying to
Oh no.
put in a. It's one of our regulars too, so
Oh,
I'm
shoot.
telling
I'll
them
try
I'm
to help
sorry.
him. Okay.
I apologize.
I apologize too for rambling on.
No, you're good. It's just a few things going on here.
Oh.
But what was your question, sweetie?
Oh, do you remember when I painted a little baddie?
Heavens to Betsy, I do not.
Yeah, that was a while ago. And then the final one we have will be around the time we sign off, around 7 o'clock our time, which is slightly less than 4 hours from now. This is a rare, rare, rare pin. In fact, you will be the first person other than me to have this pin. I don't know if it's showing or good, but this is the White Rose Fairy. This is the one we're doing as a giveaway at Whitby. The first, well, it's not the first. We have 200 of them. The festival is 3 days long, so what is it we're doing, Matt? They're doing the 80 one day, 70 the next
70,
day, and then
80, 50.
My math's right, yeah. 70,
that would
80,
be 200.
50 will be 200. And we will be giving away 200 of these at Whitby, only to people there in person. The reason we do exclusive pins is to make people go to the event, or to invite them to the event and enjoy themselves rather. And White Rose Fairy, this has the White Rose of York. And already I know I need to make the red one for Lancashire and a red and white one for Tudor, etc. And I will probably do that and keep the same mold because it's the same design with different colors. But at Whitby, you'll get one of these for free. It's per person, per purchase, per day, theoretically. Paul will have them at the Strangeland UK booth, and then I will have them over at my booth. We're both next to each other, so it's like 1 foot away from each other. You can't miss us. And that's at the Whitby Leisure Center. For those who've been to Whitby before, at least since I have been there the last time, which was over a year ago, they have moved it from the pavilion to the Leisure Center, which is not very far. It's an easy walk. It just has grown larger, so they need more room.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
How did you discover that fantasy art was what you were best at? Or how did you come about that?
Well, I think I've always liked things that would probably be considered fantasy art, fairy tales and old surrealist illustrations and book illustrations, Disney movies, things like that. But fantasy specifically as a genre as far as commercial art goes, I think it was probably when I was about 11 and I got really into Dungeons and Dragons. And there was a lot of cool art back when Dungeons and Dragons first came out. And of course, Larry Elmore and people like that would do very beautiful illustrations that you didn't really see in a lot of regular books. So when we would play Dungeons and Dragons, we'd usually draw pictures of what was happening. And I thought that was a really neat thing. And I read up about some of the artists, and that's kind of what led me in that general direction, especially back when I was a teenager.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. we can listen to this later, and
I heard yeah, but okay. I thought it was you were just saying yeah at the end. You sometimes do that.
Yeah. Sorry.
Exactly. Let's see. Summa has just subscribed with a tier 1 sub for 5 months in a row.
Excellent. Thank you. It's neat they let you do for so many months now. They didn't used to do that.
HMC394 says, have you checked out College Humor's D&D series? It's set in high school, LOL.
Oh.
I would say Jasmine probably hasn't had a chance to.
Probably not. I don't see a lot of things because I paint a lot.
Yes. So our journey into anything current is sad.
Oh yeah, and then my recall and exposure to much pop culture before now has been very limited, so I'm not a good person to ask. But if you have a suggestion, I might try to look. That sounds funny. It's probably a good descriptor of my life at that time.
Hi, Alethea.
Oh, hi, Alethea.
Nice to see you here.
Well, I should talk about the pictures I'm doing here.
Whitby is only 6 days away.
I know. I'm painting them right now.
We definitely know that.
These are
It'll be nice to see you.
Yes, we will see you in prints.
Are Mom and Dad in the room?
I will have these paintings at Whitby. I'm actually working on a group of 6 little. Hopefully, I'll finish them all. 6 little tiny treasures, I call them, which are little blocks of wood that I do usually little details or studies of other paintings onto, or new ideas for paintings, and just simple, small little paintings. And that way I can bring them on my suitcase. We'll have at least those originals there at Whitby. We're going to have a lot of merchandise, prints, canvases, toys, and pins, and all that sort of stuff. But we'll have 6 little original paintings there. And these are 2 of them. Some of you might recognize the one on the left. I've just kind of drawn these on here. She's based off of the pin, who is our pin of the month.
Can you reach out, sweetie?
Yeah, I got it. Our little jack-o'-lantern fairy.
Now, real quick, I want to mention that is on back order, but not for long. Tomorrow or Tuesday will be.
Yeah, these are available now. So if you're on Patreon and you're a pin collector, this is already in your house, or it's being mailed to you. Or if you are wanting to buy one, you can order them right now at strangeling.com. but they are on back order. But the back order ones will be shipping out, like Matt said, within 48 hours or something. They should be here and finished. She's a glow-in-the-dark one. She's October pin of the month. Anyways, I looked at her and I drew a little close-up of her, so I have an actual picture of her. Because she wasn't, I painted the pin design, to, of course, to scan it and make the pin, but she wasn't like an original whole painting I'd done. She's just kind of one of my characters with a wonderful pumpkin sort of thing.
Yes, when people went to the website, they would not just buy one of these. They were buying 4 and 5 at one time. I think it's because it glows.
It does. It's too light out in here for me to show you, but if you look on the website, there's a picture of how it glows. Like her eyes glow kind of in the dark. They reflect up from the pumpkin, his little creepy mouth and everything.
Amy says she already has 5 tiny treasures, and she wishes she could get to Whitby.
Oh, shoot. Well,
I'm sorry, Amy.
In the event that these ones don't sell at Whitby, I will make them available to my Patreon patrons if anybody wants to buy one. I'm only charging £200 each for these little fellows, which if you collect my paintings, we'll see it's a very good deal, believe it or not. But if we do not sell them all at Whitby, I will offer them to the Patreon patrons, or I might even keep one and do a giveaway or something like
Jasmine.
that. Sometimes I do that with the little ones. Yeah.
What do you use to sketch out your paintings first?
Oh, this here. It's this is just paint.
Okay, that was a question.
Yeah, a very skinny paintbrush. This is called a script liner brush. It looks like a pencil almost. It's very thin. And I keep some paint, if you can tell here, that's the same color as the tone I mix with the gesso. So if I make a mistake and it's already dried, I'll just paint on top of it and it works like a magic eraser.
And that's your process, and that works good for you?
Works good for me, yeah. If it's something real specific or has lettering, sometimes I'll use like graphite transfer paper if it needs to be something precise, but I kind of hate that because it gets gray stuff everywhere and I have to clean up a lot. But mostly I just draw out.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Any hint about the upcoming pins at Pop Gallery?
The upcoming pins at Pop Gallery, I've kind of got 2 things going that are pin sets. One's going to be a limited edition series that will be up at strangeling.com, kind of like the Dia de Muertos ones that are up there now. And then the other is the Pop Gallery pin set. And I haven't decided yet which one's going to be at Pop Gallery, or checked with them, or discussed it, or whatever, and which one will be the one for strangeling.com. So I don't want to tell you yet. I'll let you know soon.
Jeanette is looking very forward to meeting us at Whitby.
Oh, excellent.
I can't wait to get the pin, and she's going to be there super early, she hopes.
Yeah, you might want to try. Again, Whitby is not super
It's not
crowded.
Dragon Con. I know like all the crazy stories you guys heard about Dragon Con. It's not the same thing. I think
like 100,000 people funneling
honestly,
into
everybody
one
that
door
really wanted to pin at Dragon Con got their pins.
I think so.
And that was Dragon Con. So everyone at Whitby that wants a pin is going to get their pin.
Yes, unless something weird happens, there should be enough for everybody.
I hope nothing weird happens.
I don't know.
If something weird happens, I don't know.
Because they're free, but you have to buy something. So that kind of makes it so nobody can stampede also, which is why we tend to do that at events. It slows down the traffic a little bit. I'm always worried they're going to kick me out of somewhere when there's too much foot traffic.
Pixie says she needs a signed copy of Oracle of Shadows and Light.
Oh, okay.
They have US one in the UK store, but she doesn't think it's signed. It's probably not.
Probably not.
Any chance you will be stocking anymore? I'm not sure about that one.
On the website, I have no idea. You'd have to ask my sister. They're shipped from Kansas. You'd have to ask my sister Amber at strangeling.com, or use the contact form on the strangeling.com website.
Right, and if we get it for some reason, we'll
send it to them, because they're the ones who stock all that stuff. I just do the paintings originally.
And Kintra's sad that they miss saying hi at Wonderground in California.
Oh, do you? I met them.
To me.
Yeah, yeah.
Duh.
Yeah, I was going to say, I talked to them.
I had, honestly, believe it or not, I had errands during then.
Oh,
I got to give a hug to a few people, and then I got out just to do work. We're always on the move.
Yep, we are.
And Layla says hi.
Oh, hi,
we'll
Layla.
see you very soon.
We'll see you soon, Layla. Okay. I'm going to start working on the skin tones a bit. If you see, like, this one's kind of purplish gray and this one's kind of warm brown gray, it's because those are the colors that I mixed up and I mixed in with the gesso when I primed the wood panels. So I kept some of the paint that I didn't mix with the gesso, so it's not all chalky and I can actually paint with it. And I'll be using that to work on the skin tones because that's already starting kind of a mid-grade of tone there. Yeah.
How do you color flesh
on
the face i.e., which colors? Any tips?
Oh, you're gonna watch me do that right now. I'll talk first about if you look at my palette here, you see there's kind of a brownish beige color, and this one's kind of looks like a bluish purple. This one's kind of brownish beige. I mix that with a gesso, and this one's a bluish purple. I mix that with a gesso. I mixed that with, let me think. It's a lot of colors. I mix them together myself, and I put them in little, like baby food jar type stuff. So they don't really have names, but they are made out of things like Naples yellow, titanium white, Titan buff, Payne's gray, raw umber, burnt umber if I want it to be more reddish in color. Sometimes I'll put quinacridone, nickel, azo gold, and a little bit of magenta. And if it's something that's underwater, I'll put more Payne's gray and I'll put sap green in it. So basically, I kind of make a neutral mud, and I put it in with some sort of thicker, more opaque color like Naples yellow. Darker skin, I'd probably go with a raw umber as a base, and just kind of work up and down from there. And since I've already mixed the mid-tone in, I usually think about what the shadow would look like on the largest part of the painting. If it's a big picture of a blue whale, for example, I'd put blue in the gesso because that saves time and covers it up nicely. These are faces, so I'm going to use kind of a flesh tone. She kind of looks a bit like me, so she's going to have kind of bluish gray undertones, and she's going to be kind of warm and lit by a pumpkin, so she'll have more yellow undertones.
Amy says, Jasmine, why is the pumpkin pairing a different size to the tiny treasure?
Oh, because I just looked at it and drew it. It's not supposed to look necessarily like, it's just kind of the same character. This isn't the design I did for the pin. I actually do have I don't think I have it here. I think it's
why is I don't understand the question.
If you look at the pin, I think she's saying the pumpkin looks really big.
Oh.
But on the pin. As opposed to the tiny treasure where the pumpkin is not as big compared to her. Part of it's because this is a square, so I want to have the pumpkin up closer to her face, so it looks like interesting things are going to happen. It's more exciting than to see like an orange corner. So
okay,
yeah.
I see. I meant painting. Are they but now you're seeing at a funny angle. Those are both the same size.
Yeah, these are both the same size.
If Jasmine switched them, one would look bigger than the other.
It's distance. It's like how you see buildings across the street.
I promise you they're the same size.
They're
okay, Jasmine. Size. Yep. HMC says, my mother's Spanish teacher and she loves your Day of the Dead pin series.
Oh, lovely.
Tigger wants to know how our trip to Disneyland was. It was wonderful because we got to ride
there two of Matt's rides that are only there sometimes.
Well, there are certain rides that I love. There's one that the first ride we rode was Mr. Toad, right?
Yes. Mr. Toad.
Jasmine and I usually beeline it to Mr. Toad.
Mr. Toad is one of my idols, and that's why I go by Jasmine Toad.
I actually was a fan befriended me in line. I was just telling them how my wife loved Mr. Toad, and then they immediately knew who I was.
Yes, they just knew from that.
Meet Jasmine right after that.
That's hilarious. It's a small world. But
I never got to ride Mr. Toad in Orlando. I know.
No, it was closed by the time I moved here to Florida, unfortunately.
Oh, Lila, we're very excited to see you. It's always nice to see you. We'll see
definitely.
You there. And then you get to meet some friends too.
Oh yes, yeah. I think we're going to meet a lot of new people at Whitby this year. I think some people are making some pretty extravagant road trips to get there. So.
Oh, Ricarda invited her son to watch tonight.
Oh, excellent.
007.
Wow. Well, welcome.
Oh, wait. That was Mission Impossible. Never mind.
Thanks, Matt. They're probably both copyrighted or something, too. Who knows?
Kimmy says, thanks for helping me with Zombie Kitty and Even Rib. Can't wait for them to arrive. No problem.
Oh, they're canvas prints?
Yep.
Excellent. Yay.
Yeah, they wanted to add some together. So
Aw.
I try to do what I can.
Oh, those are kind of Halloween-type ones, too.
They are. They are.
I'm taking, again, I've already mixed, this is the paint that I mixed in with the gesso when I primed the panel, and I'm adding some lighter tones to it. I know it's kind of got a bunch of black in the middle, ignore that, but I've got some Naples yellow, and I'm mixing that in, and I'm putting that on the lighter shades of where the light would be hitting her, maybe from the pumpkin, to make her look more three-dimensional.
Merrily on our way to nowhere in particular.
Nowhere in particular.
I love Mr. Toad.
I have a perfume called Nowhere
Mr.
in
Toad
Particular.
made me famous? How was that, Alethea?
Mr. Toad made me famous too. It happens. It's true.
Am I Mr. Toad?
No.
If you're Jasmine Toad.
You didn't make me famous.
Hmm.
What are you trying to say?
I don't know.
Hmm. Well, you're not Mr. Becket-Griffith either, are you? Let's see.
I am not.
Kind of worried. Kind of drawn her eyelashes in. Again, I've drawn them out. They're not going to look like you're not going to see the lines when it's painted. These are little sketches for me to look at while I paint on top of them, basically. I've got this brush here. This is one of my things I call my fuzzy brushes. These are little short kind of filbert brushes that I've worn down. Some of these are probably 20 years old, and I've just used them and used them. Sometimes if I have to make new ones, I'll put them on sandpaper and just fuzz them, cut them short, and it makes a short little stumpy little brush. I wish they would make a brush like that so I could just buy them, but I have to make them. Yeah.
So Ren Girl says they know you've mentioned it before, but they don't remember. What type of brushes do you use?
These are... Yeah.
And you can always scroll down and look at Jasmine's name.
Yeah, oh, that's true. Yeah, I put a link to them, but they're mostly I'm a vegetarian, so I use non-animal brushes. Their golden taklon is a type of fake fiber. It's like made out of nylon or something. They are not expensive brushes. They are not particularly nice brushes, but they are inexpensive, and I buy them in groups of 144 at a time, so I get them very cheaply. These are made by a company called Royal Langnickel. Royal, like R-O-Y-A-L hyphen L-A-N-G-N-I-C-K-E-L is the company. They sell them at hobby stores like Michael's and probably Hobby Lobby and Joann and the usual suspects, or you can buy them at Dick Blick or on Amazon. Again, I have an Amazon store and you can see a little set of them if you'd like to try them out. A lot of people don't like them. I've had a few people email me and say, hey, I bought those brushes you use and they're really pretty awful. And I'm like, okay, they work for me, but not everybody likes them, but they're cheap. And like I said, I do kind of change them when I get them. For example, these ones, when I have a soft blending brush, I cut it down and I grind it out on a piece of sandpaper. So it's kind of a homemade brush, sort of. And some of these are very old. I don't even know if they make these anymore. They've kind of started changing a lot of the clear grip type ones. So they are these painted wood type ones that I hate because it only takes like leaving it one night. Yeah, and the paint flakes off in these big flaky paint things, and I don't like them. But anyways, I buy hundreds of those brushes I don't like, so I don't think it really matters too much what sort of brush you use. I've used like the little free ones that came with my niece's watercolor set before, and they were fine.
So I kind of added a subtopic in the room while we're chatting about brushes. I asked if I was trying to do a Halloween topic. I asked if anyone ever saw a ghost.
Wow, we were like in two different rooms, aren't we?
No, but no, everyone's listening as well.
Oh, okay.
So it's just how chat in real life works.
I wouldn't know either.
So a lot of people have seen ghosts, and Nikki says a lot of Hawaii has a lot of spirits around. Tigger said their brother came back to them after they died.
Oh, wow.
And Tammy said, I feel the ghosts, I don't see them. Key West has the worst in all the travel I've done. I remember there's a haunted little doll named Robert. Does anybody know about Robert the doll?
I know the haunted doll of Robert in Key
Amy's
West.
mom saw a ghost, plus we have one on camera at the school she worked at.
Oh, wow. I wonder if it's an old
Kelly
school.
saw her granddad.
Oh.
Mono never saw one but had felt their presence.
Mm-hmm. About you, Maddie, you seen a ghost?
I have not. I've never seen a ghost. But I've been to places that were supposed to be haunted.
We have been to places that are haunted.
But I have not felt nor seen a spirit. Seattle Underground has an awesome ghost tour, I bet. That, as far as America goes, that's not a super new city.
Yeah.
Been around a while. HMC says, as a Wiccan, I had a spirit protect me as a baby, according to my dad.
Oh.
I saw someone riding the Haunted Mansion. Does that count? Yes, it does, Ian.
Yes.
I guess I've seen 999 haunts then.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, we rode Mr. Toad. We rode the Haunted Mansion with Jack and Sally.
Yes.
And that was fantastic. And how long was the wait in line?
It was pretty long. It was quite long. Yeah, for those who don't know, at Disneyland in California, they changed their Haunted Mansion around between the Halloween and Christmas season to be Nightmare Before Christmas themed. So that is kind of a fun thing for us because here in Florida, our Haunted Mansion doesn't do that. We waited probably maybe an hour and 30 minutes.
Probably.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it was a better way than what it said.
Yeah, it said it was going to be
I didn't get any beignets, though, but I'll get them next time.
Yeah.
I don't need the extra weight. Emmy says, how many tiny treasures are going to be available at Whitby?
I'm hoping to finish these. I'm hoping to have 6, which isn't a whole lot, and I know they might get snapped up. But so come early because we do not let people reserve those. Those are kind of like a prize for people who turned up. So that is
yes, but we will be bringing a lot of canvas.
We
cuties.
will have lots of canvas cuties. Canvas cuties are actually, they look like they're one of these almost, but they're made out of canvas.
People have people have mistaken them for one.
Yes, that's happened a few times. One time somebody was very happy because they thought it was a couple $100 and it turned out to be $20 or whatever.
Yay!
And then one time the other way around. But there you go.
Ren Girl lived in a house that was haunted by a previous owner.
Like the ghost of the previous owner, or they like got evicted and kept hanging out there? Okay, I'm gonna put this a little closer to the camera so you can see what I'm doing here. Sorry, the shadow's getting on. I can't really see that far. Let's see. So you can see that I've taken some lighter tones to give a little bit of shading, and I put a little bit darker tones like under the bridge of her nose, around her mouth a little bit, and under the eyebrows I've drawn on there. And it looks very soft, almost looks like it's airbrushed or something because I've made my fuzzy brush, again, kind of just carved down an old brush, ran it over the sandpaper, and it is nice and soft and fuzzy. I'm going to do the same now. I don't usually do 2 paintings at once, but sometimes with small ones, if I'm working with a similar palette, I will, because it's convenient. They're next to each other, and while one is drying, I can work on the other.
Jasmine, how much will the tiny treasures be a piece?
I believe they are 200 pounds each. We always have to make another sign because the exchange rate fluctuates between the US dollar and the Great British Pound Sterling.
Yes.
And it changes, even if we were there like a month ago, we sometimes
I remember I kept getting teased by a fan at Dragon Con because I had put a pound symbol on a few of the prints that were at Dragon Con.
Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. Because it was one that was
like,
weird.
These are pounds. Like, they're just like the other ones. Just ignore that.
Yeah, because they don't line up exactly. I mean, a pound isn't worth exactly $1.
No, not at all.
Sometimes it's very different, and sometimes it's less different. Okay, since I'm giving her a more fair skin tone, and she's going to be kind of more gothic and zombie-ish, sort of. So she's going to have light skin like me, so I'm mixing in... My skin, if I look underneath the shadows and stuff, looks kind of bluish purple. So I've taken that and mixed it in with some Titan Buff. I'm going to use that to make her the shading of her flesh tones. Now, since I want them to not just look like marble statues, I will be adding some actual colors, some pinks and browns and yellows and purples and things. And I'll be doing that after the underlaying kind of underpainting that I'm doing now. That'll probably be a little bit later this program. Originally, I was going to want to do some custom minis. I know people have been asking a lot for me to do more custom minis on Twitch, and I definitely will. I just have to wait till I'm finished with Whitby and finish these paintings, and then when I come back, I think November 4th is our next one? Okay,
yes.
Yeah, if you want to mark your calendars now, if you want to watch me on Twitch.
November 4th, and if you forget, just come back to our little Twitch channel and there will be a notice up here.
It'll be right after we get back from England, so we might be sleepy, but...
I think we get about 3 hours
I'll still
of
be
sleep
painting.
that
Yeah,
Twitch.
doesn't matter.
I have a question for you, Jasmine.
Yes, sir.
What is your favorite Halloween movie?
My favorite Halloween movie? Oh, wow. I don't know. I might have a different idea of what makes a Halloween movie.
Phantom Fairy says, if we're talking scary media, y'all, I just got finished watching The Haunting of Hill House.
Oh,
I've heard
the new one that's on Netflix.
I've heard good things. Actually.
I know the old story.
They were talking about that.
I know the original book, like from the 50s. Yeah. I have not seen that, but it sounds good. I'm trying to think, what are some Halloween movies that I might have seen, Maddie?
Oh, well, there's Nightmare Before Christmas.
Nightmare Before Christmas, that's an obvious one. Yeah.
Have you seen Halloween with Michael Myers?
No.
Jasmine has not seen that. A lot of people in the room are saying Hocus Pocus.
I haven't seen that.
We have a lot of Hocus Pocus fans in the room.
Well, you know, our town is even, like, here in Celebration, we live by Disney. Sometimes they play it around Halloween down by the lake. They have like a big screen and they play it for kids for free.
Lainey says we're at an antique mall once, and I had just told my fiance that something was near us when a huge picture fell off the wall.
Ah.
The bracket shouldn't had loved even an earthquake?
Moved even in an earthquake.
Moved even in an earthquake.
L's and M's are close.
Yes, thank you. Kieran says, hello everyone in chat. Please feel free to check out his YouTube.
Yeah, Kieran goes in and he makes like compilations of my different broadcasts I do. And he's going to be interviewing me in Whitby. So we will see him there too.
Jasmine has not seen Halloween. Jasmine does not know a lot of... Jasmine is
not of this world.
You're not a slasher film sort of girl.
You know, I like really violent movies sometimes, but I don't know what...
Ichabod and Mr. Toad is a Halloween.
Ichabod and Mr. Toad is a Halloween movie.
I believe we have that on VHS.
We're talking about Little Otik. That's kind of a Halloween movie.
Little Otik?
Yeah.
Sleepy Hollow is... That's same. Ichabod and Mr. Toad.
Yeah. Or there's the Sleepy Hollow, the Johnny Depp one.
Now, are we just saying spooky and scary, or are we saying specifically Halloween?
Some of those were probably... They tend to release movies like that around
Okay, they're all the
Halloween.
cartoons. Garfield.
Oh, Garfield Halloween special. Hands down. Yeah, there you go.
Maybe I may be this, I may be that, but the one thing I'm not is a scaredy cat.
Yes.
Snoopy Halloween.
Great Pumpkin. I know that one. See, I know stuff.
There's all these great pumpkins, and there's horrible little Christmas trees, and Charlie Brown's awful little world.
Aww.
Scooby-Doo, I guess, is every day.
I wasn't allowed to watch Scooby-Doo when I was little.
Yeah, Gar Halloween filled. No, but that is, I remember there is a, the ghost, the pirate ghost in the Garfield.
Yes.
They're scary.
They're scary.
That's actually pretty scary. I love The Craft.
I was the right age when that came out that I watched that movie a lot.
Yes, I think they were showing it on an airplane the other day.
Oh yes, they were. Yeah.
But you had to use an app or something. I don't remember.
You had to use the app, so like, Anyways, download the Twitch app and watch me here. Sorry.
Old Hammer horror classics.
Oh gosh, yes, I like a lot of those.
Those aren't necessarily. I guess. They're
those are. Yeah, I like a lot of those.
It's hard to say what's Halloween.
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say I like a lot of horror in general, but I don't know.
Jasmine loves old Hammer movies.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I think you mean Fright Night. Do you mean Lady Dracula? Do you mean the original Fright Night?
I haven't seen either of them. I have some artwork in the newer one that came out. The one that had David Tennant in it.
I love Garfield. I used to get a Garfield book every Christmas. I like Garfield too.
We had, we read the heck out of
is with pasta.
Garfield.
I tried to give cats pasta and they hate it.
Cats don't like pasta. No. No, we had, for a while we were living in this house when I was a kid, and the only book we had was Garfield in Paradise. And we read that so many times. If you ask my sisters about it, they will probably know every word. I don't know why this was.
The original one's really good. I love that. That's a good vampire movie.
I don't think I've seen that.
You have seen it. You don't remember.
Did you show it to me when I was a teenager?
So basically you have
I don't remember.
a teenage boy, and he lives next to this guy who just moved in. And he is a fan of horror films, and he watches this local TV guy. Played by...
Like a cable access sort of show?
Yeah. Who was he played by? A famous British actor. I cannot remember his name.
How old was he at the time?
I always confuse him with Roddy McDowall. He's in Skeleton Key. He's the old man in Skeleton Key.
Jesus. Oh, Skeleton Key is a good movie. I like that movie. a lot.
Evil is the best. Evil's awesome. So Evil becomes like a vampire, but he's like only a vampire for a couple of days before he dies. It's so sad.
Well, that would suck.
Yeah. But Evil is neat.
Skeleton Key is a great movie.
Skeleton Key is
We're
fantastic.
gonna include like vampire movies and things too.
Sabrina the Teenage Witch, the new ones. Roddy McDowell. Malcolm
McDowell. Oh, I love Malcolm McDowell.
Well, Malcolm McDowell's.
He's Alex.
No, that's Clockwork Orange. It's Roddy McDowell.
I was gonna say Malcolm McDowell is not Roddy McDowell.
Yeah.
Don't you? Yes. Okay.
But it's
I
easy
like
to
Malcolm
confuse the two, I
McDowell.
guess.
He's great. Well, they both their name McDowell, but it doesn't make them.
John Hurt. Yes, it was John Hurt.
Oh, John Hurt. Yes, he's in Skeleton Key, right?
It was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
It's
I like
John
Skeleton
Hurt.
Key.
Yeah,
I bought the
good job,
DVD
Leela.
of it.
It was John
Yeah,
Hurt.
I'm up to.
And he was also in the movie From the Hip, starring Judd Nelson. The Frighteners is good. The Frighteners is actually really scary. Remember The Frighteners?
Yeah, I remember Amber really liked that.
Yeah.
It had
That was
Michael
great.
J. Fox.
It has Michael J. Fox in it. It's kind of like a dark Ghostbusters.
Yeah. Oh, I
Kind
like
of like a cross
Ghostbusters.
between.
I like Ghostbusters. I saw
Yeah.
that when I was like 12.
Ooh, The Others.
The
That's
Others.
good.
I've seen that one. I love The Others. That's a very good movie.
Lost Boys is excellent. I love The Lost Boys. If they ever remake that, I'll just
Didn't they?
boycott it. Did they remake The
I
Lost
thought they
Boys?
did. I don't know. I can't tell. Everybody remakes everything.
Death
Tell
by
me
Stereo. The Lost Boys is excellent. But when the one vampire said you
Okay.
missed sucker, it kind of ruined it for me a
more.
little
Oh, I'm
bit.
sorry.
The Others is really good.
I like The Others. I've seen
I'm
it
not going to
several
talk too much.
times.
If you haven't seen The
No.
Others, you should
The
watch
Others
it
is
and
good.
don't hear
And don't
any
spoil
spoilers.
it for anybody, or you're banned for life.
Yeah,
I can
because
say
that's
that.
a good one. We're at 342 at 87 viewers.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Hello, everybody.
Oh, Bram Stoker's Dracula is great.
Oh, I remember that
Did we,
one. I saw that. That was good.
That was before I knew you.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that was around the time I met you.
It was okay.
Yeah, wasn't it? Yeah.
13 Ghosts. I haven't seen that one.
I haven't seen it either.
So I think the horror movies I like typically have a supernatural element versus just a guy going around slashing up people. Although I do like actual true crime stuff.
Oh, geez. Yeah, that's
I think there's a big difference between the two.
Yeah, that is very different. Yeah. No, I watched the heck out of true crime.
Yeah, if you guys have
I listen to it. I don't can't see it. Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys have like HLN or anything, it had a really good 4-part thing on Ted Bundy.
Yes, it was the How It Really Happened ones or whatever.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Those
He's
are
an
good.
interesting character. He's a horrible person. His
Damn handsome and charming though.
they constantly mention how handsome he is. It's so funny. I like the ID channel as well. ID channel Discovery.
Yeah.
It's Discovery ID. HLN now always have the forensic files, and
They have forensic files to
Ovation?
the point that's all they have.
I really like this one called Snapped.
That is good because it's
features
always a female
females.
protagonist, or I guess not a
sometimes,
protagonist. Is
honestly,
it a protagonist
with the
when they
females, sometimes
kills a lot of people? I
I
don't
don't.
know.
It's not going to be a protagonist.
Well, what would you
It's not-
call it then?
I don't know. It's true. I don't
Oh.
know if you want to.
Anyways, female protagonists. Hey, a lot of them are kind of justified though if you watch them. More so
Love at
than
First
a lot
Bite.
of them.
I remember that. Tammy.
I don't
Love
know
at
that.
First Bite. I that's probably from like 1979.
That's
It's a
before I was
comedy.
born. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and fascinating killer was Bundy, says Layla.
I know pretty
I know
much
Matt
everything
likes Queen of the
about him.
Damned. I do.
Oh yes, I was gonna say if you're gonna include vampires, you could talk about Interview with the Vampire, great movie.
Oh, they
Queen of the Damned, different,
Queen of the Damned,
but
honestly,
also good to some
was
certain extent. Yeah.
was kind of part of Vampire Lestat and part of Queen of the Damned, but
Mhm.
neither of the whole.
No, it's like a mashup between the
Yeah,
two.
they just tried to kind of pack as much as they could in an hour and a half, and nobody
yeah.
liked it but me and Jasmine.
Nobody liked it, but me.
Don't compare it to the Anne Rice books. It's not fair to the movie.
It's better than a lot of vampire movies
You know,
out there.
but I
Yeah.
still think that Interview with the Vampire does a good job with the book.
It does. And well, to be fair, that is not a super long book. What's it got? Like 120
an autographed
pages.
copy of Interview with the Vampire. That's nice.
Oh, that would be
That's
nice.
a good score.
Yeah.
We have a dimmer switch in our room, and he wouldn't let me have the light on low. That's a different question for someone else.
Okay.
Sorry.
I don't know how to help you with your question, but I'll do my best.
Okay. We'll try to help you with your dimmer switch.
Oh, why not? I'm going to use my hairdryer real quick. Sorry. This noisy bastard ears.
You know what a lot of people don't have?
What?
An autographed copy of the Bible. That'd be worth
Not by the author. I'll sign your Bible.
Tom Cruise asked them. No, I'm not going to touch that. I watched Dracula Dead and loving it.
Leslie Nielsen?
Jasmine and I went to the movies to see that. I thought it was funny. It's not Young Frankenstein, but it was pretty funny. I really like Leslie Nielsen.
I like Leslie Nielsen.
It's a cute
movie.
movie.
What can I say? Yeah.
2 autographed copies of The Mummy. Wow.
Well, it used to be you could
Anne Rice
mail
is the
her.
mummy?
You used to be able to mail Anne Rice if you had a book and include postage back, and then you could wait 8 to 14 months or whatever, and she'd sign it and send it back.
Well,
I mean, I do that with stuff.
El Hurt says, I love Interview on the Lost Boys. Lost Boys, the difference between Lost Boys and Interview with the Vampire, in my head, and I had not read, that's what prompted me to read the Anne Rice book.
Oh,
I didn't really know about
read the
her.
book before you saw the movie?
I had not.
Ah.
It was, I think I was like, I don't know, 17, 18 when the movie came out.
Yeah.
I didn't know about Anne Rice.
I did.
So
Pat used to read
but
it.
the difference between something like Lost Boys, which is kind of a fun film, and the vampires are very, they're living in the cave and they're filthy and everything, but they're still having a good time. They ride on their motorcycles. And then Interview with the Vampire. Interview with the Vampire, that movie kind of blew my mind. I was like, this is how a vampire could potentially live. And I thought it created a greater mythos.
I think it kind of paved the way for a lot of other vampire things to follow.
Right.
So there's that.
An American Haunting with Donald Sutherland, I have not.
American Haunting, the TV show? Or wait. TV show.
Has anyone watched An American Haunting with Donald Sutherland? Maybe it's a
or is it a film?
I don't know. Oh, bye, Beating Fairy.
Bye-bye.
It's a movie.
Oh,
okay.
American Haunting. Wait, is that the one that's like an exorcism?
Maybe.
Or is it?
Are you painting with a fairly dry brush for the skin?
That one is. It's mostly dry. The end part, the closest part to the wood on the brush, I keep damp, and the very tips of it are dry, so that will keep the paint kind of flowing out for a while, and it almost gives it an airbrushed effect. But it's kind of a brush I made myself by cutting down and grinding into sandpaper, and it turns into like almost a sponge. Like if you're gonna do stencils around the border of your room with a sponge, a little Martha Stewart kit or something, it's almost like that, but it's actually a paintbrush.
Oh, Sissy Spacek was in the movie as well.
Huh.
And she played Carrie.
Is that a Halloween movie? I like Carrie. That's a great movie.
When I was little,
God, I
remember my mom
Yeah.
had the book Carrie, and I would look through, and it had this was a long time ago, and they're
Did it
probably
have
trying to
pictures
promote
from
the
the
film.
movie?
It did.
Oh.
It had in the middle of the novel. It had full color pictures. And
The best novels have full color photos.
And I was terrified of the picture of her when she was covered in blood. And how she spreads her hands out and she's about to just mess with John Travolta's dance there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God.
That is a good movie.
That's a great movie.
I really
She's good
liked
in that
it.
too.
Yeah, she was fantastic.
I remember they made kind of a follow-up to it, but the main actress was just very traditionally pretty looking, and it didn't have the same effect.
The Little Girl Who Lived Down the Lane with Jodie Foster.
I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen that either. Jodie Foster in it.
I've seen Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah, Silence of the Lambs
That's a
is
great
good.
movie.
Now there.
I saw that when I was far too young to be watching.
Right now, that does
a big impression.
One could say, "Well, Matt, you like that one?" Or are you going to say, is that a horror film? Yeah, it's a thriller. It's a horror film. Is there a supernatural element? You know what? I think there kind of is. I think that no one could be like Hannibal Lecter.
No,
his senses are beyond even a top human could do. He's just kind of wacky, amazing, too clever.
Yes,
He's too clever.
He probably wouldn't have really.
Which makes it fun.
Yeah.
And then, oh man, that one. Is it Red? It's not Red Dragon.
Manhunt. Manhunt is Red Dragon, but it's the earlier one.
Not that story, but the one after Silence of the Lambs where
Hannibal?
Hannibal, where he says, just throw the guy with the pigs. Tell him I
did it. Yeah.
Oh man, that's the most memorable part of that movie.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah. That's one that had Julianne Moore instead of Jodie Foster.
What's that then?
It had Julianne Moore as Clarice Starling instead of Jodie Foster.
Julianne Moore took over, and I thought she did a great job.
I like Julianne Moore, and I like Jodie Foster a lot too. So.
And then in not Manhunt, but the
I don't know why they
Red Dragon, they had
Francis Dillard.
Yes, and it was played by Edward Norton.
Yeah.
And he was very good too.
Yes.
But one thing about Edward Norton as an actor, he always seems he's a phenomenal actor, but he always seems very uncomfortable. Because he always plays these roles where stuff's happening around him, and he can't really control his environment.
Typecast for that, I don't know.
Yeah, his
dad?
He's fantastic. Of course, my favorite role of his is Fight Club.
But of
course. He played the Hulk once, which is funny.
And everybody
Hulk's
forgot.
Been played by so many people. Yeah. It's like.
Oh. I thought it was weird when they rebooted the Hulk not long after that again. It confused me.
The Hulk. Yeah, reboots are weird when they're just a few years apart. Spider-Man did that to me.
It conquered the world and
Jasmine's referring to this scary carrot.
Yeah, bad carrot. No, it's I know this is gonna be like 1951. I'll be quiet.
What?
I said I know it's like from 1951. Nobody's gonna know it. I'll be quiet.
Oh no, people want to hear it.
No, they don't.
I will look up 13 Ghosts. That sounds neat. I also like horror anthology movies, like Creep Show. That's very good. Hey Jasmine, I know a movie that you love.
What?
It's got Tim Curry in it.
Rocky Horror Picture Show?
No.
Anything can happen on Halloween? I mean, The Worst Witch?
The Worst Witch.
The Worst Witch. That was we had a tape of that when we were little. And we were in an apartment and we got cable for a day and we just stuck a tape in and recorded as much as we could. And one of the things on it was The Worst Witch, which is a great movie. In fact, J.K. Rowling has said that as part of the inspiration for Harry Potter. So I feel vindicated. But yes, as Tim Curry in possibly his best role. But he is also in Rocky Horror, and he's in It and other scary
Creep Show is coming
too.
on next week. I love Creep Show. Creep Show is phenomenal. And then there's Creep Show 2. I also like Tales from the Dark Side, the movie.
Just the one that had Blondie in it.
Tales from the Dark Side, the movie. And
like
Blondie was
Blondie.
really pretty in that one.
Yeah.
She's a witch and she wants to cook the little boy in the oven.
Yeah.
And the little boy keeps her alive, much like the
Blondie.
the Tales. I can't even think of it now. You keep telling the Sultan the Tales. Why can't I think of it? Alibaba.
Scheherazade?
Yeah, Scheherazade.
Yeah.
What are the tales called?
The Arabian Nights?
Arabian
Is that what
Nights.
you're trying to think
Yes,
of?
it's like
Okay.
you keep telling stories.
Yeah, Scheherazade keeps
stories.
telling stories to keep somebody from killing them. Yeah,
Right. And
basically.
that's the same thing.
We all do all the time.
Ooh, there's a live. Oh, love the live and small theater. It's probably a sing along.
Oh, for what?
I think that's what L Hearts is talking about.
I don't know.
Is there a sing-along
I don't
for,
see the TV or the computer from here.
Okay.
What are they talking about?
Small theater play-alongs. I assume that you're talking about a sing-along for
the Worst Witch?
Worst Witch.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, that's just great.
The Crypt Keeper
Say it 3 times.
was a nasty little guy. He looked like he weighed about 5 pounds.
Yeah.
And he was a puppet, and it really never matched up with the voice, I noticed.
Well, they didn't have digital effects back then.
Okay, so...
Okay. Show you how she's looking. I've gone in with
Ghost
some
Ship. I haven't seen that one.
Van Dyke Brown mixed with Payne's Gray, and I've kind of darkened in some areas like under her hair, behind where her ears sort of are, and a bit around her eyes because she also doesn't know how to put eye makeup on properly. I'm going to use some of that same color. Since I haven't actually put a lot of pigment bright colors, I'm kind of going back and forth between these two pieces. Even though the colors might be really different in the end, at this stage I'm still basically underpainting. Her nose has kind of gone away. I'm going to kind of redraw that in too.
There's a new Worst Witch on Netflix, someone says.
Well, you could say that about everything ever then.
No kidding.
Wow. Well, good for Netflix, I guess.
It's not gonna have Tim Curry.
It's not going to have Tim Curry. I don't know if that'd be right. Yeah.
It's probably cute, but it's probably actually for
Well,
kids.
to be fair, you know what? I think there might have been a serialized version of it too, like in England or something.
Maybe.
There might have even been a cartoon.
It certainly did have a lot of British actors.
Well, yeah, it was, what was it? A BBC thing? I forget.
I don't know. It also had, like, Mrs. Garrett from Facts of Life was in it.
That's what you said. No. It's awful.
Why is it awful?
I don't know. I just feel like people talk about TV shows I don't know all the time.
Mrs. Garrett from Facts of Life?
Yes, I don't know that show, but I've heard everybody references Mrs. Garrett, and I know who she is, and it bothers me. I don't know.
Jasmine is haunted by ghosts of sitcoms past.
I guess so.
Like Mrs.
Well, then I'll ask people, was it a good show? Did I miss anything?
Says,
And everyone's like, oh god, no, it was awful. I'm like, okay then. I got some reading done or some pictures
brother
painted.
brought me the Worst Witch film for last Christmas. That's a good brother.
That is a good brother, and that's a good Christmas.
If he acts out
Christmas
the
should
Tim
be more
Curry
like
part,
that.
oh. TME says, me too, Jasmine.
Yay!
Oh, it was a TV series, The Worst Witch.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there was a serialized TV show of it, so it's yeah, I think it's older.
Now I got the Facts of Life theme song stuck in my head.
See, I shouldn't know that either, but I kind of do. What end?
Girls. Facts of Life. Facts of Life was a spin-off of Different Strokes. Because Mrs. Garrett was the housekeeper.
In one show? Was it made on like the same channel or something?
Yeah, and she was silly in that one, and then she turned into Edna Garrett, and then she became like a normal human.
Oh.
Like, you're not the same character.
Well, it's probably for the pilot, and they're trying to sell it.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Do you usually try to do more than one tiny treasure at a time? Or are you doing two due to time constraints?
I'm not really doing it due to time constraints. I'm doing two right now because on Twitch I like to have something dry and then I can kind of work on the other one and go back and forth. If it's a big painting, you'll probably see me work on like this corner over here, and then while that dries I'll work on this corner over here. But these are so small, the whole thing's kind of wet, so I've got two here so I can work on one and then go to the other. Usually with tiny treasures, at this stage when I'm drawing, I can do them all at once because I'll say, oh, here's 10 of them, I'll think of an idea and then kind of draw it out with my paintbrush. And when it's this level and there aren't really any colors yet, it doesn't matter what my palette's set up as, it's all neutral tones. So it works out good for this instance, but not as a general rule.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was a nice view of the palette.
Oh yeah, here you go. What do I have? I've got titanium white, Titan buff, Naples yellow. The black actually is completely dry on there, so you can ignore that.
We are at 4 o'clock, 89 viewers.
Oh wait, should we do the giveaway then? It's 4 o'clock?
Probably about to go off. Oh.
Yeah. Is that the
Speak of the devil.
Alarm? The devil? Alarm devil. Let's see. So the first prize is going to be for the the weekly planner.
Now,
2019. So it's for next
caveat:
year.
these will be sent out after we return.
Yes, we will not actually be mailing you prizes until we get back from England, because we're going to be in England and we will not have these with us.
But please still respond as you normally would, because
yeah.
I will be recording it.
Yes.
And it's very, very important for me to have
we need to
info.
know how to contact you. So we'll be, I think we get back like on November 4th, so we will be mailing stuff after that. No, or that's actually when our next broadcast is. Maybe we get back the 3rd. I hope so. Otherwise, we're going to be very tired. But here is the 2019 weekly planner. It has a nice rubber band or something.
Ian 77. It's Ian.
Ian, for our UK friend?
Yep.
Oh, golly. Congratulations, Ian. You have won.
But he is still getting the same message.
But you're going to get the same message.
I don't care how many times I have your address.
We don't care if you're our mom or not. We're going to still send you the same thing. Okay. So I will autograph it for you too, Ian. Yay.
Have you won before, Ian? At this point,
it is random, and we do a lot of these, and we've done dozens of these broadcasts, so everybody probably wins eventually. And like the lottery.
Ooh, the lottery. The Mega Millions here in the States is at $1.6 billion
right now. And I know the math doesn't back it up to buy it when it gets up to $1 billion, but I am spending $1. And if I win, my life will probably change very little. My lives around me might change a lot, though.
What's that then?
I said if I were to win, I don't know how much my life would change, but the lives around me would probably change a lot.
Well, probably.
I don't mean that to sound
New
cryptic.
Twitch with my $1 billion. Well,
why wouldn't I?
I guess we could have a better setup.
Maybe we'd have like fancy people with cameras and things here.
That would be nice.
Live band.
A live band, guys.
Yeah, see? You better hope we win. Really, really good prizes. You would not believe it. Yeah. See, that'd be fun. I wouldn't even have to sell the originals. I'd just give them all away.
I'm going to put the link up for the planners.
Yeah, you can actually buy these planners. It's a 2019 planner, so it's for next year. So it's already October now, so it's getting to be a good time to buy things like that.
It's the second time Ian won, but yeah, to be fair, Ian's here nearly every time.
Yeah, and if we do 4 giveaways each time, we do about 40 of these. It's if there's about 80 people in the room, odds are you're going to win once or twice.
Yes, we did get our new printer delivered yet.
Yes, we did
I've
get our
taken
new
some
printer
photos.
delivered.
It is a massive beast.
Yeah,
we have to figure it all out.
For those who don't know, we got our giant printer delivered right before we went to California, and now we are just back in Florida, and we have not yet had time to unbox it and test it out and do things like that. So it is here with us, but when we get back from England, when we fly back from England to Florida, we will be doing things on the printer, and it will be exciting.
Cammy knows camera people for us.
Oh, okay. See? We better win now. We promised jobs.
We promised jobs.
Yep. Could run for office.
So Kendra says, is the planner weekly only, or does it also have months?
I'll show you. It is, it's set up like this. I'll say September, and then I'll say 16th, 17th, 18th. So it has each one of, each day has a little section, with half a section on weekends, because some people get weekends. You can put things in. And it tells you if it's full moon.
Who are they?
There's America Recycles Day, International Day for Tolerance. See, it tells you what day. I don't know. Is today something? Oh, this is for next year. Who knows? But yeah, it shows you the whole thing goes all the way through. It doesn't have any exciting pictures inside, but it's got a very nice picture on the front. And this is exactly what I use. I already have things written in my 2019 one. This is how I keep track of what show I'm supposed to be at and what time I'm supposed to do Twitch and what airplane I'm supposed to go on and things like that.
We go on airplanes.
I go on a lot of airplanes, yeah.
Well, I catch up on movies sometimes on airplanes.
Yeah. I catch up on...
Wow, Escapade's never missed a Twitch even on vacation.
Oh my
and on a cruise, and have never gotten lucky enough to win.
Now if you win tonight, it's going to look suspicious. It is a random number. Random means suspicious. That theoretically somebody could win every single time, and the odds are just not in everybody else's favor. It is true. It is a random number generator. And just because you win once doesn't mean you won't win the next time. So if you win, you might win the next time just as likely.
It's like playing Yahtzee.
You might win the next 3 times, even if you haven't won yet.
We are like Yahtzee.
It's like flipping a coin, but
we're like flipping a coin, or Yahtzee. We're not like Monopoly though.
We're more like.
We're more like
what's the one where you draw
Connect
pictures? 4. Yeah.
I feel that we're the most like Connect 4.
I think we're more like Trivial Pursuit.
I think we're like
Clue.
We're more like Don't Wake Daddy.
What is the one where you like draw pictures?
That's Pictionary.
Yeah, that's what this is mostly like.
Yeah, that's true. Try to guess what Jasmine is painting. Oh, Jasmine's painting a little cute little Jasmine girl.
Oh.
Everyone wins because everyone knows the answer.
That's true.
If I won the lottery, I would buy all your paintings.
Oh, yay!
If you win the lottery, we will double our prices.
I hope somebody here does win the lottery. I will hope that much. That sounds great.
I love these, but both the pumpkin one, oh my gosh, says Bewitched
Aw,
Craft.
thank you. I'm kind of redrawing her nose too. Usually after I paint for a while, my original lines are long covered up with paint. So sometimes if it's something I want to show through, I'll go over it with a little bit of dark. I've got Van Dyke Brown mixed with Payne's Gray, which is usually my default still in the drawing under painting stage. I did take some, I think I was doing this when we started broadcasting and I didn't talk, but I took titanium white and I did that on the light areas of the pumpkin. That way when I go over it with some yellow, you'll see the white showing behind it instead of the kind of grayish gesso, and that will make it look very bright yellow.
I'm telling you, there's a book upstairs. Jasmine has a large reference library, by the way.
I have a very large reference library.
There's a book upstairs that I sometimes look at these. I'm not interested in painting, but I look at them because it helps me understand paintings better. And there's one called How to Paint Like the Old Masters. And Jasmine
that's a great book.
Follows a lot of those principles.
I do. I recommend that to people. For people who are like, what's underpainting?
Act like it's a mystery.
It's not hard. You know? Well, it's hard. It's just not hard.
Well, it comes with practice. Like anything. But do you have that in your Amazon thingy?
You know, if I don't, I should do. I think I have a couple of James Gurney's books. I always recommend those to people too. He does the Imaginary Realism book, and then he has the color book that he did too. That's really good.
You do got to play to win. Oh, I hope the person that wins $1.6 billion
the lottery
is a good person.
I hope so too, I think.
Have you ever considered publishing your own book on how you paint?
I have this channel here. I've got a few ebooks out there if you're looking for like step-by-step how to paint. If you're a Patreon member, you can get a free one to download. It shows literally everything from cutting the panel to gessoing and sanding and sketching until at the very end where I varnish the finished piece. I've done that step by step. I've done that twice. There was one I did with absinthe butterflies that's available. You can buy the ebook. I think there's a link to it on strangeling.com under books. I think it's $5 there if you buy it, or if you're a Patreon member, you can download it. There's a little tab that says ebook. It's a PDF. It's probably 100 pages long, and it's very tedious to make books like that, and I've done it twice, so I think that's my involvement.
Also has been accused of painting like an oil painter.
Yes, I get that a lot.
Although she paints in acrylics.
I do paint in acrylics.
But the good thing for you oil painters is the book I just mentioned, I think it mostly talks about oils.
It only talks about oils.
The old masters.
Most people paint in oils everybody did back then, unless they did old tempera paintings, but...
Ian says, can I be really cheeky and ask you and Jasmine to write a happy birthday message to me on the 29th April page in the planner?
I would be happy to.
Yes, please email that.
But you need to email us.
Otherwise,
so we know.
This message
I'm not
going to
know.
And,
yeah.
But yes.
Email JasmineToad@AOL.com.
Email what you like, and we would be happy.
Because if you email JasmineToad@AOL.com, that Matt will get it. He usually sees them before I do.
Yes, I do.
I think you always do, really.
I often do. Mm-hmm. Oh, I do order management.
Yeah.
That's how orders come to us often. But that's how I'm alerted. I can just look at the website too, or eBay.
Yep.
And then, of course, all the other orders, Etsy and Amazon, and I'm probably forgetting about one or two things that Amber and Chris take care of.
Yeah.
Watercolor is Bewitched Craft's favorite medium. I just got some Inktense pencils this week to try. I've always wanted to try oils, but it takes a lot more work and cleanup than watercolors.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
That's one thing I do like about acrylics is that they're water soluble, and I don't have to use turpentine and all. Although I have painted in oils. When I was a teenager, I worked in oils until I was about maybe 15, and I switched over to acrylics not long after that. I did some watercolors when I was in school. I'd kind of fill up a water bottle and paint it like a table in the cafeteria or something, but those will pop up on eBay now and then. I saw one a few weeks ago. I was like, oh my gosh, that's from when I was in school.
No, these things will always come back to you.
You know, you paint something in school, it shows up on eBay 20 years later.
Not me.
Oh, you don't know that. Who
It
knows?
ain't gonna show up, Jasmine.
Okay, well, it depends. What if you get famous for something later?
The picture on the right is looking so beautiful. This may be my Whitby purchase if it's still there on Saturday.
She is. It might be.
Ooh, we'll
We've
try.
had some years where people come in the first 5 minutes and buy every single one. Then we've had some years where we like have a couple left over. So it really is a toss up.
But yeah, please come to see us at any rate.
Please do.
Get a
Please
pin.
come by, say hi. Get a pin. We have pins.
Get a pin and show it off.
Definitely.
Look at what I got.
And
I
if you
went
do go to
Whitby.
Whitby and you get a pin and you don't collect pins or you don't want that one, go to the Strangeling Pins group on Facebook because lots of people already want that pin. You can make somebody's day by trading it to them or selling it to them or giving it to them. That would make everybody very happy. So if you end up with one of the white rose pins from Whitby, trade it or sell it or give it to somebody who is looking for it if you don't want it. Don't just like throw it out when you get out of the building. Don't do that.
No.
Well, sometimes we hand people
I don't
pins
know
and they're
if
like,
Ricardo's
what's
still
this?
in the room, but she was going to go look for fossils.
Oh,
on the beach or
yeah.
something.
Whitby is a wonderful place to look for
Are you
fossils.
still around, Ricardo? Because that
Right on
sounds
the
so much
Jurassic
fun.
Coast.
And if you get a chance to get out, I'd like to hear about your adventures.
Yes.
If we have time, unless we're super inundated, I want to hear about your adventures.
We'll hear about it
outdoors.
on Twitch then later if we don't
Yes.
get to talk to them. But hopefully we'll get to see them.
Whitby, in the past, we have not been. There have been many times where we were not inundated, and we
Yeah,
got
there have been times I'm like sitting
got
around
plenty
talking
of
to the other
time to
vendors.
just
so,
chat with people.
Yeah.
And it was great.
It is not like something
Oh
like
my
Dragon
gosh,
Con or,
I don't know
or MegaCon or...
if I hope
etc.
that our hot sauce friends are there.
Oh, yeah.
They had some really, really good hot sauce that they
I
sold,
tend to like stupidly spicy foods.
and it was good. I was very impressed because usually I don't find super spicy
Nothing
food in
against
the
England.
UK,
Yeah. Except for the mustard.
except for their mustard. But you know, I could drink Coleman's.
Yeah.
But man, my mouth's watering a little bit actually.
Yeah.
That was some good spicy stuff.
Yeah, they had
loved it.
a lot of things that are actually ghost pepper based. A lot of things put the name ghost pepper on them now that have very little, so why bother? They had actually spicy
Maybe
stuff.
Ricardo
Carolina
will find
Reaper.
Jet.
Yeah, Jet.
How do you find? I don't even know how to find Jet, Jasmine.
I believe I think people mined for it. I have a book. I actually have a book about Jet production. If you're interested.
Oh.
Yeah, it's actually about Jet production in Whitby, specifically.
Do we buy that one?
I bought it in Whitby, yeah.
Oh, you should show it to me.
Jet is the blackstone. It's the fossilized remnants of the monkey puzzle tree.
Is there a way to pause the stream? I think if you hover over it, you can pause it.
Probably.
Yeah. If gosh, I'm on a PC.
Never really watched
If I
it.
hover over it, I get a pause. A pause thing pops up, so I think you could pause it like you would a DVR thing on your TV. And chat won't be up to date probably, but you could always jump in and fast forward it, maybe get in live. I don't know.
Probably. I'm really
Jasmine
not
and I
sure.
are not. we might be fun and chatty, but we're not technicians.
Nope.
And I know that's not even a big technical question, but I have no idea how.
You know, if you go to Twitch, there is something at the bottom. I think it says FAQ or help, and it has lots of questions like that, and it will probably tell you.
Karen is leaving. They're leaving their house early Saturday morning. Okay, I will know that you're not going to be there Friday. I will remember that because I'd be like, "Where's?"
Yeah.
So I will see you on Saturday.
Yeah.
So I hope it's a fun drive. I hope it's not. I hope the weather's perfect.
Yeah, I'm worried that it might be a bit rainy. Of course,
It might be a
we're
bit rainy,
indoors.
but you know what? We're indoors.
Yeah, we
Come
are
in and dry off and
inside.
hang out with us. Get a pin.
It's very different than committing to international shows that are outdoors and are for one day. I always worry that, oh, what if it rains? But Whitby is inside, and it's 3 days long, so it should be some time that is nice.
Yeah, we're in a different location. I'm not sure.
Yep, it's in the new
what it
location.
will
It
be
used
quite
to be in
like.
the pavilion. This year it's in the leisure center. So It's very close to where it was previously. I'm assuming they'll put up some sort of sign or something that says, hey, it's not in the pavilion, it's in the leisure center.
I'm so excited to go to Whitby. It's one of my favorite places.
I like Whitby.
It's beautiful. It's nice and it's windy. And
It's
the
windy.
sea is
It's
there.
got the ocean. The ocean is lovely there.
They have the cutest little flats and down stone alleys. And
Yeah,
that is something you just do not see in America.
It was a purposely constructed Victorian seaside town.
Gorgeous.
It retained a
They have
lot of its charm.
Some of the best blue plaques.
Yes, very good
in the
blue
world.
plaque walking. If you like
Oh.
looking for blue plaques, it is the place to
So
be.
good.
Yep.
So I think a lot of creative types must have realized, hey, this is a
Yeah,
nice
because they've got
break.
a really good roll call for a town
Yeah.
of 12,000 people or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's Whitby might be a bit remote, but it's so self-contained. It has a nice grocery store,
It does.
and it has plenty of good restaurants.
It's got a
I mean,
train
it has a nice
station that'll
little,
take you to London.
got the train station. That's all you need.
Yeah.
We do not get that sort of service in America, and it's my biggest beef
Yeah.
with America currently. Well, one of my biggest beefs with America currently.
Yeah.
I
I've got
love
a
being able
problem
to
with
hop on a
cars,
train.
so yeah.
So in theory, Jasmine,
Yeah.
one could get on the train in Whitby
Yes.
and take it all the way to Shanghai.
Yes, you could. You'd
Isn't
have
that
to have a
amazing?
lot of confusing changes and it would take a long time, but you can do it.
I would love that
You
adventure.
could go on the there's a few trans-European / trans-Asian ones you could pop onto. We'll be in Southeast Asia in, golly, Matt, is it in a month? Wait, a little over a month. We're gonna be in Vietnam.
Gee whiz, really?
Yep.
Yeah, a little over a month. It's after my
It's
birthday.
after Thanksgiving and all that.
But I will keep quiet. I don't like to mention my birthday too much. I'm gonna go grab some cashews. Would you like some, sweetie?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay.
I'm kind of redrawing her mouth a little bit because it's kind of disappeared. Go. Want your mouth to go away, then you can't talk.
Well, that's another good movie.
Vodka.
Twilight Zone the movie.
Oh, is that the one with Bill Shatner in it?
No,
Oh wait.
they John Lithgow takes that role.
Oh, but it has the playlet that's
the
the one
gremlin.
that has the gremlin. Yeah, the whatever you call it.
That's John Lithgow. He does an excellent job.
I like John Lithgow. Yeah. He was good in Dexter. He's good in Buckaroo Banzai.
Hmm?
I said he's good in Buckaroo Banzai. John Lithgow.
In Dexter.
I already said Dexter.
I couldn't hear you.
It's because you're eating cashews really loudly.
Mhm.
Okay. Taking some of that same dark color that I've been outlining her eyes and redrawing her mouth with and kind of filling in where her pupil area is gone. So her eyes are starting to look a little bit more defined. They were more just kind of sketchy earlier. I'm gonna take some more brown. Some more Van Dyke brown. This one's almost
I never
out.
watched Third Rock from the Sun, but I've heard good things.
I haven't seen that.
And John Lithgow was that in
Oh,
that.
yeah?
hmm With the guy who grew up and is a famous actor.
And that guy who grew up and was a famous actor.
I can't. He's one of those. I have three names, guys. Who's the
He
kid
killed
in Third
somebody?
Rock from the Sun? That's in lots of stuff now. The room is great because I'll tell me.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, you're not asking me this, are you?
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Oh.
He was a kid, and his hair looked kind of funny in it.
Oh.
Are the paintings being auctioned off? No.
Not this time. These
are
ones
going to be at
are for Whitby. Usually, when I get back, I promise I will do some of the ones that we auction off here because we have gotten a lot of requests for those. So I will definitely do some minis for that.
Nintendo guy says he thought the scariest thing in the Twilight Zone was the peanut butter on the hamburgers.
Ew.
The little kid who can wish for anything.
Oh, that's.
He did that.
Oh yeah, that one's on the movie.
The
too. I
Twilight Zone,
forgot
the
that
original
I just know
series.
the old show.
He sends everyone to the
mostly.
cornfield.
Yes.
Yeah. His
And-
name's Anthony.
Yes. And then remember they made a newer one that was about his daughter?
Yes, if you guys watch the Twilight Zones that were from the 90s,
Yes.
Anthony has a daughter.
Yes.
And Anthony's daughter has the ability to bring back people from the cornfield.
Yes.
So she can undo
which is weird. Yeah.
the bad things that he did. And it's actually his real daughter.
It's
she
the
looks
it's the
just
daughter
like
of the
creepy.
actor who was in the original.
Yeah, in
one.
the
It's
original
kind of
series.
odd, yeah.
Yes.
No.
I think my hubby is hoping they're sold by the time we get there. Oh.
They may be, but
Oh, it's not the same as Children of the Corn. Oh man, I love Children of the Corn. That's a great movie. Outlander, we have your woman, Outlander. Malachi was great. You like Children of the Corn, Jasmine?
I don't think especially. You know, that isn't my favorite book by Stephen King either. It's not a very long book either.
Is there a reason you don't do the nose bridge? Is that a dance?
I don't know. Isn't that part of a boat? No. I don't know. I don't have a big bridge on my nose, so I think it. Maybe it's. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. I kind of just give them little button noses. I always have. When I do realistic portraits of people, I don't do it very often anymore. But when I do, I'll give them a nose bridge if they have one. But my characters don't tend to. They're more of like a doll sort of shape. Or if you look at small children, they don't look at a baby. They don't have a nose bridge. And some people like me have more of a little snubby nose at the end. And my characters are kind of a caricature of me a little bit. So there you go.
River Song says she just wonders because she struggles with bridges. Me too, man. That Golden Gate Bridge, Jasmine and I went on a bus. Like, it was chilly that day. California is not the warmest state in the world, despite what others may say. So we rode across.
We're from Florida, so we're cold everywhere. Yeah.
Yes, everywhere's cold all the time.
Yeah.
So we rode across the Golden Gate
We're on the
Bridge
second
on
story
one
of a
awesome
bus.
tourist buses.
Yes.
Which
is worth doing to go across the Golden Gate Bridge. It is worth going on a tourist bus. Sit on the top. It's fun.
Incredible.
Wait till it's really, really windy and cold, and just
it was fun. We had a blast.
It's great.
It was beautiful. Children of the Corn didn't scare me, but I live in a city. Child's Play and it were another matter. I'm not scared of Chucky.
I have not seen
He's got to weigh 12 pounds, if not.
I haven't seen any of those. Is that what he's from? Is the Child's Play movies?
Yes, Chucky is a. There was a guy escaped. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a serial killer escaped from some jail or something like that, and then he did this voodoo spell over.
In the story, the movie.
Yes,
okay.
and he kind of Papa Justifies into into the doll, and then he's that doll.
Like Robert.
Yes, and the doll is very much like My Buddy, if you remember that.
I remember
I
think
my
so.
buddy and me. Yeah. And then the little child has a doll, and Chucky goes around and kills people.
Oh, okay. Like the Krusty the Clown doll that Bart has.
The guy who played the main leader in Children of the Corn was 23 when he played that kid.
Oh, weird.
Isaac. Strange role. Do they play the Full House theme when you cross the bridge? Yes. Yes, they did, that Nintendo guy.
Did they do what?
They played the Full House theme when we crossed the bridge.
The Golden Gate Bridge?
Yeah.
I don't remember that. I don't know if I recognize the
Jasmine.
theme.
I was being silly.
Oh, I see.
Everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah. I was hoping they would, but they didn't.
I'm sorry. They
Did we see the Full House house?
Oh, I don't know where it is. I really don't know.
I think it was on one of the parts of the tours, but no. I think what we did do is we spent a lot of time in a Golden Gate Park.
Yeah.
And we spent a lot of time
in
Chinatown.
Hopped off, and went to
Fisherman's Wharf.
Places I went when I was little.
In San Francisco, and
it
it was lovely.
Yeah, Matt hadn't been there before.
It was not the same town that I remember from Big Trouble in Little China.
No. I love Big Trouble in Little China. That's a great movie. It's one of the best movies.
My son loves the film It. I'm not a fan. He thinks it's funny to quote bits from the film and try to scare me.
The new one or the Tim Curry one?
I try to scare my mom too. That's just what sons do. Do you mean the new film, or do you mean the series that was once on TV? And I'm actually looking forward to the second part of the...
Oh, yes, because the new one, it was only the first part of the story, isn't it? It just kind of stops.
Yeah.
Hopefully they make the other part. I assume did it do well? I don't know how they decided.
Oh, someone said a girl with green eyes.
Yes. Yay.
Mao
Some
Yen.
people know movies. Yeah.
Yes.
That's
Mao
a
Yen
good
and
movie.
and Kim Cattrall.
Yes.
They both had green eyes, and apparently it didn't matter.
Gracie Law.
As long as she had green eyes.
Yeah.
But yes, I very, very much love the villain in that. Lopan. He is an incredible villain.
David Lopan.
David Lopan, he goes around in the chair and you think he's just some old rich guy, but then he's really a demon. Very cool. That's not really a spoiler, is it?
No.
Really good
It's a
special
ghost
effects
that
for back
plays
then,
it
too.
being a man.
And the storms
And he becomes a
are
dream.
excellent.
Yeah. You know, I think every Twitch session we've done, I've ended up talking about Big Trouble in
We
Little
usually
China.
do talk about Big Trouble in
You know,
Little
it
China.
comes up a lot.
It does. It's important to talk about Big Trouble in Little China every Twitch session.
Yeah. Your little nosy nose. There we go.
We're at 92 viewers at almost 4:30. 4:26.
My pretty little friend. You know, now, since I'm using a lot of the same colors in the underpainting, usually at the next step after I've kind of fleshed out the faces a bit and decided where the lighter parts are going to be and the darker parts, I'm going to start putting a little bit more color in, not a lot, but I'm going to start with the whites of the eyes, which I always put a lot of color in because your eye whites usually aren't really all that white. If you're younger, you tend to have more blue in the whites of your eyes. If you're older, you tend to have more neutral tones, browns and yellows in the whites of your eyes. Or if you're painting a painting that you want to make somebody look more innocent or young, you give them more blue in the whites of their eyes.
You are entered for the raffle the whole time, unless something happens with Moobot, which is very, very rare. And I do monitor Moobot every now and then to make sure that she is still working. If it's a girl, I don't know.
I don't know how to
We
tell.
assume that Moobot is a very, very beautiful maternal cow that just sits in the pasture.
Mechanical cow?
What's that?
Is it a mechanical cow?
Sure.
Yay.
Angel has never seen an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. If I were to recommend one Arnold Schwarzenegger
Pumping Iron.
movie... Oh, Pumping Iron is excellent, yes.
That's a good movie. It's a documentary.
It's a
worth
documentary.
watching.
It is. Also, his autobiography is wonderful. If you want to see what it's like an immigrant who really, really tries, the Jingle All the Way is not anyone's favorite.
I haven't
Arnold
seen that one.
I think I saw half
I didn't
of it.
see the one when he got pregnant either.
Junior.
I never saw Twins either.
Twins isn't too bad. Kindergarten Cop.
I didn't see that either.
Predator.
But I've seen Predator. Yeah.
I was telling you the other day about Running Man.
Yeah.
And the uplink code.
Yes. Yeah. I think I've seen Running Man, but
I signed in and the first thing I saw was Get to the Choppa. I saw Arnold once at my mall. He was eating ice cream. He comes to Ohio every year. That's pretty cool. I love Jingle All the Way. It has the late, great Phil Hartman in it. Yes, it does.
Oh, I like Phil Hartman.
Phil Hartman is excellent. I particularly like Phil Hartman as in the when he voiced the Simpsons characters.
Oh, yes.
He did a fantastic job. The one where he is a clone, that one is The Sixth Day? Is that the one?
Yes. Is the sixth day when God created man, or is it seventh day? Or...
It's called The Sixth Day.
Oh, I guess you go to sleep the next
Yeah,
yes.
According to Genesis, God created man on the sixth day.
So that's why it's called that, because it's
right.
clones. Yes.
Okay, I take it back. I saw Kindergarten Cop back when it was in theaters. I forgot he was in it.
Oh, wow. I haven't seen the movie, and I know he's in it.
Running Man, poor Stephen King. Honestly, though, Running Man wasn't that great a short story.
I love Stephen King, but yeah, I do like some of his stories more than others. I like Doom McKee. Nobody ever talks about that book. That's a great book.
Will these canvas prints be at Whitby?
These are paintings.
These are paintings.
These are actual little paintings. They're not prints. Yeah. We'll
If
have.
you're asking if there's going to be Campus Cuties of these, I ain't that.
Oh no, we wouldn't have time to
don't
do
have time
that.
to
We
make-
have to no.
It
It takes a while to make
right.
make
When
the
I
prints
make a
and
canvas, it's not.
it
not a
doesn't
quick
have. It's not
process.
like you push a button. You gotta print it, and lots of varnishing and stretching, or ones I have to paint on, and it takes several days.
Yeah, it's and then you stretch.
Yeah,
it.
and I haven't painted these yet, so I can't have prints of them until the painting's done.
But good question. Yes,
But we will have lots of other prints there.
Oh, we're going to have a ton of Campus Cuties.
Hundreds of, not thousands. Yes.
Firestarter was the best.
Firestarter. I've read the book.
oh,
You
so
know, I
Stephen
saw
King
the movie
movie.
of that. Yes,
What's my favorite
Is that the
Stephen
one that
King movie?
has The Shining? Is the best one?
Well, The Shining is one of my favorite movies, anyhow.
Yeah, it's I meant movies in general. No,
it's not. It's not a. I mean, it's the television remake.
Oh, yeah.
Does not, in my opinion,
I've
live up
watched
to the
it.
book.
It's
tried,
not Stanley
but it didn't.
Kubrick, and the book is great.
Is there a certain way we have to type the raffle entry?
Yep. Exclamation point
exclamation
raffle.
raffle.
All one word. Exclamation point raffle.
The Stand was a good miniseries. I like that.
They did a reasonably good job. Best you could do with a book like that. I mean, it feels like reading the unabridged version of the book, sort of. But I like the book The Stand very much. I've read the unabridged one a couple times. And
What about Green Mile?
Green Mile was great.
That was
Mile's
fantastic.
very
What about
good.
Shawshank Redemption?
That's a great movie.
A lot of
Those are
people
all-
don't
a lot of people
realize
don't even
that
know those are
Stephen
Stephen King.
movies.
Yes,
Shawshank Redemption is really good.
Yeah, that's a great movie.
It just shows that Stephen King can write whatever.
Yes, he can.
Oh man, I love that movie.
He chooses to write good stuff.
The Dead Zone. Oh, that's a good one too.
I know I saw. Did
That
I
would
see
be,
the movie?
if I, man, it would really.
That's a great book.
The Dead Zone is the thing about
It's a really
the
good
Dead
book.
Zone is it would really kind of suck to be that character.
Yeah.
Have that ability, and no one can really believe you, and you know that you're right, and you need to you have these visions of this guy taking over the world, or you have to stop him. So what do you do? So you kind of have to forfeit yourself, I guess. Oh, you've been to the prison where it was shot? Shawshank? That's cool.
Or Green Mile.
Or Green Mile, yeah, that's true. Green Mile was neat. Tommy Knockers. I never saw that one.
I didn't see it, but I've read the book. It is not my
Oh, it's
favorite
a
of his
Mansfield
books either,
Reformatory.
but- Oh, okay.
That's cool.
I
Dead
haven't-
Zone was it? Oh yeah, they did make a TV show out of Dead Zone.
They made a
didn't
TV
they?
show out of that?
Yeah, I
How?
remember that. I think that
Is
might
it
have been
like?
on
Do you mean
USA
it's like a
Network.
mini series or like
but-
every season new episodes come out sort of program?
Okay, cool. We love buying your wonderful artwork.
Aw,
Well,
thank
thank you,
you.
Karen.
Go under our eyes a little bit. There we go. Give her a bit
Oh,
more
I never
shading
saw
over
the
there.
Dark Tower thing, but you know what? I really like
I love the Dark
I
Tower
love
books.
the,
That's a
the
great
actor
series.
that's in Luther.
Idris Elba.
Yeah,
Yes.
Idris Elba. He is great.
He's a
all
good
over
actor.
GQ. Great.
Yeah.
He's like
Wire.
he's like the John Hamm of the UK.
Yeah.
Do the Tiny Treasures usually go in the first day, or would we be lucky enough to get one on
It
Saturday?
really varies.
We
There
don't
have
know.
been times where people have bought them within the first 5 minutes. They were all gone, and then there have been times that everybody grabs all of them and leaves two lonely on the shelf for the whole show, and then I bring them back home. So I really don't know what to expect. It depends who's there, how they end up, etc.
The Dead Zone was on for 5 seasons, and it starred Anthony Michael Hall.
Huh.
So if you in the room aren't familiar who Anthony Michael Hall was, he was the kid Rusty in the movie Vacation, National Lampoon's Vacation,
The
and was
original.
also the nerdy boy in Breakfast Club. And also he was in Edward Scissorhands as the jealous boyfriend.
Ah.
I know lots of stupid stuff.
I'm gonna
Jasmine.
say, your time has been well spent, Randy.
It has though; those are good things.
All
And he was in
right.
16 Candles, yes, very good. Everyone's like 16 Candles. He was also in Weird Science. He was also with. He was also for I think one season. He was in Saturday Night Live as a cast member with Robert Downey Jr.
Oh wow.
A lot of people didn't remember that Robert Downey Jr. was actually in
Yeah,
Saturday Night
I
Live as a
didn't
cast
think about
member
that, but I
for
guess
one
it probably
season.
was. I don't think I've ever seen him in
It
anything
was
like that.
not the best time.
Well,
in
it's funny because
SNL
sometimes
history.
people will be on that, like how Mark McKinney was on it, and he was really underutilized because he's great, and maybe it just wasn't the right time. I don't know. I've got some magenta on here. It is.
We're at 94 viewers at 4:35.
Magenta, and I'm using that, and I am outlining like the little tear ducts inside the eyes and a little bit of rim around the eyes. These are both going to be kind of humanish looking characters. I'm going to keep the insides of their eyes kind of pink colored. If I'm trying to make them look more creepy or alien or more zombie-ish, I might make them green or something a little bit different, but I'm keeping them to look like me a little bit. So I'm putting a little bit of outline around there. I'm going over where my lines were when I did the sketch originally, so you're not really going to see any lines from the sketch when it's done, but it's a good marking for me to go on with my paint on top of. Might put a little bit in her lips too. I'm trying to remember, where's my little pin? Again, here's the pin, current pin of the month, that I am actually basing. I did the pin design painting, then I've got the pin, now I'm doing a little painting based on the pin design, so this will be a little one that people can have as a painting. So it looks like, with pins are very, very small, the eyes and nose and mouth, etc. So she doesn't really have any color in her lips. She's the same color that is kind of poured in. Enamel's actually poured in. It's like a fluid. And so that's kind of her whole face, except for her eyes, is kind of that peachy color. But on the character here, I'm going to put a little tinge of pink on that. Since it's a lot larger than the pin, I can add smaller details and I can add gradations of tone because I'm not pouring enamel. I'm actually using acrylic paints and water, etc.
Excellent.
Yep.
Lots of pumpkins. Has anyone thought about carving pumpkins yet? Does anyone do that as a family? I often wonder if I was like all by myself, would I even bother carving a pumpkin?
No, we don't do that sort of thing.
We're not here.
We haven't been here in the United States for 7 years on Halloween.
If I was here, I would.
Yeah, that's true.
They sell those pumpkin carving kits.
Yeah, but I think it's been 7 years since I've been here in the United States on Halloween.
It's weird. For those in Florida, if you're not doing anything else for trick-or-treating, Celebration is a great place to trick-or-treat.
It is.
I recommend it.
It's a fun place. A lot of people's houses are really decorated. Have a lot of Disney Imagineers and stuff who live here, and some people go all out.
Ren Girl says they're alone and they don't decorate anything except at work.
Yeah, if I lived by myself, I wouldn't do anything. I'd paint. No, I probably wouldn't even notice if it was nighttime or anything.
That magenta is pretty.
Thank you. See, that's the first actual pigment I've been adding on here. It's pretty much been underpainting before this, solid neutral tones. But when I add the magenta, that's going to make things start to pop a little bit. I'm going to make a sort of pinky orange color in a second that I'll be using for doing some underlayment on the skin tone before I put any areas of darker pigment or brighter pigment.
Can we see you mix it?
Yeah, sure.
I think people are very, very curious about that.
Let's see. I'm going to smudge some of this paint out of the way. Where's a paper towel?
Oh, people are carving Batman.
I'm going to get a paper towel real quick. I'll be right back.
Jack Skellington.
Oh, that's fun. That's like cool. Into pumpkins.
Yeah, when I was a little kid, pumpkin designing wasn't a real thing. I mean, we kind of made our own little faces, but man, did it get involved.
The internet.
It must be, well, even before that, a little bit. It was amazing. People would like almost carve all the way out in the skin so it would give it a different glow if you put a candle in it, and it would give it some different levels of light. It was very, very cool. Now I think there are TV shows about it. And I don't know. I'm not that good with pumpkin carving. I can just like make funny little faces. The typical 3 triangles and a jagged smile.
Yeah, like in my painting.
We were robbed as children. No, not at all.
I was robbed several times when I was a kid.
Bob and I buy fake pumpkins, cut them in half, and then carve them. You know, those there are fake pumpkins. Yeah,
that you can carve that are made out of like styrofoam.
I guess they work really well.
I've got a wet paper towel and I'm rubbing off my paint to make a kind of a new area here.
Okay, yeah, this is how Jasmine's gonna mix some paint. This is really cool. I want to watch.
It's exciting. It's as fun as watching paint dry. Let's see.
Literally, it has to be.
Okay, so now if you notice, there's like a piece of paper on here and a sponge. I'll show you real quick. This is a plastic plate. I don't like to throw away lots of plastic plates, so I reuse mine many, many times. There's a sponge under here that I've cut into a circle that I soak with water. Then I have a piece of paper cut into a circle. It's palette paper. It's made by Masterson's Stay Wet. If you're interested, you can find it in my Amazon shop link and you can try it out. It's really cool. And it keeps your paints wet. It doesn't keep them wet once they hit your painting. You can't use it like to blend, or it doesn't help with that. But it makes it so you don't have to pour your paints out all the time. They don't dry up in the hot Florida sun. So I've taken a bit of a paper towel and wiped it off, so it's still a little bit gray in there, but it doesn't really matter that much. I'm going to take a couple of colors. Since I've already kind of put the gradation of tone, again, it almost looks like a little marble sculpture or something. I'm going to kind of leave her a bit like that because I want her to kind of look like a little goth zombie chick. So I'm going to, on this one, have more of a natural peachy sort of flesh tone on her. So I've got some magenta. I'm going to drop a little bit in the middle here. I'm going to take some quinacridone nickel azo gold. That's a long word. Quinacridone nickel azo gold.
I'm going to cut in real quick, Jasmine.
Yeah.
Diana said the Stay Wet palette changed their life.
Really? I'm happy to hear that. They should give me money because I tell everybody to get them and everybody loves them. I didn't start using them until, golly, maybe a year ago? It's been fairly recently. And what I do is I keep that sponge wet, and then I'll take a Ziploc bag, one of the big ones like this, and I'll put my palette in there, and I'll hair dry it like a space bag sort of, and it will keep it in there, and I can open it up 2 weeks later and my paints will still be wet, even though they are acrylic paints, which tend to dry very quickly. Again, though, that doesn't help in trying to blend colors on the painting. I don't try to blend colors on the painting. I gave up on that years ago with acrylics. I just layer them with very thin layers. So I've got nickel azo gold, I've got magenta. I'm going to put some vat orange in there. I love vat orange. You hear me talk about it a lot. It is more of a stoplight red than it is an orange per se, but it's kind of transparent. It's a very thin paint. I get the golden fluid acrylics, and there are various opacities. This one's almost out, so I've had to take the lid off, and I'm going to plop some right there. So I've got kind of the nickel yellow, or nickel azo gold rather. I'm going to take a bit of Hansa yellow medium. This is a super, super bright yellow. I'm going to mix them together. I've got some white here, and I'm going to mix those. Where's a softer brush? There's a round, what are these called? Number 4 round brush. Also made by Royal Langnickel Golden Taklon Fiber. This is the newer style that I hate, that is wood instead of the clear ones. I like the clear ones. I can leave them in like a cup of water for years and they'll be fine, but these flake off after a few minutes. I hate them. Anyways, those are the ones I use. I'm going to mix some white with the yellow. Yeah, you can see that. You can see that. I don't know. And a little bit of the orange and a little bit of the nickel azo gold.
Oh, that's
more
pretty.
Magenta. Yeah.
I'm seeing it probably like 10 seconds after you did it.
Probably. A bit more yellow. I don't want it to look like bright orange makeup. Now, this is very highly pigmented, but it's very thin here. I've been using water that is at the bottom of my plate here that I just keep there, and also water from my glass over here. And get some of the extra water off. If you see me painting on my table or putting my brush in my mouth, it's usually just to get extra water out. Again, I use non-toxic paint, so I am not poisoning myself when I put my brush in my mouth. I just like to put my brush in my mouth. Okay. So I've got mostly water, a little bit of paint. I'll put her a little bit closer so you can see why I do it. Stay on there. Okay. I'm going to put it in the areas of her skin that I think would be most highly pigmented. She is holding something that's hot, so her hand's probably going to be a little bit pink. This is like on fire inside. You know, too, if you like have a flashlight or a candle and you put your hand in front of it and you look at it, it kind of makes your hand turn kind of pinkish, reddish, orange, etc. That kind of happens when you are next to a firelight. It looks like that a little bit. It might look like I'm painting her whole hand red, but I'm just going to put it on there and smudge it around my fingers.
Is that how you make things glowy?
Kinda.
Because you're really good at that.
Yeah, I do that. Like if it's a yellow light, like a candle, I'll take red and kind of smudge it around with my finger on the outside, and then I'll put yellow, and then I'll put white in the middle. And let's see, I'm gonna put some on her elbow. It's October, and she's probably somewhere kind of cold. So if she's like me, her elbows probably turn bright pink when she's cold. So hers is gonna be like that a little bit. This is a little redder than I wanted, so after I go through it with this redder color, I'm going to do it again with more yellow in it. I'll give it more of a peachy color instead of a pink popsicle look.
Wow, yeah, that kind of... Yeah, that looks like my Jasmine's arm.
Yeah, I know. Even if I don't mean to, they end up looking like me a little bit. It's going to look like she's got a bright red nose, but again, this is an underlaying level. This isn't Rudolph, it's Halloween.
I think that's if a person like me just picked up a brush, we wouldn't understand how many layers it takes to create
subtle,
effect.
Yeah.
Ours would,
especially with opaque
just probably
things like
these,
acrylics. And...
I'd probably paint the color straight out of the tube.
Yeah.
Try to fill in as if I
were
using crayons or something.
Because people ask me, well, what color is that? And I'm like, I don't know. I took like 15 million colors and mixed them together. Right. It's learning how to mix the colors as opposed to, or what sort of brush. It's what you do with the brush. It's not necessarily what sort of brush it is.
Is there a difference between the term mixing and blending, or are they the same?
Blending is when you have a layer of color already painted, and you're adding new color to mix it. And let's say you had black paint on your palette, or in your painting. Okay. And you had white paint on your palette, and you blend on the painting to make it gray. Mixing is when you're doing it on your palette. You can do it with some acrylics, not these ones. These ones dry right away. These, I paint it, it's pretty much dry, or I get my hair dryer if it's not. It dries within a minute or so. And then I do a very thin layer of water on top. If I use more water, I have to give it more time to dry. But yeah, so I'm layering things. Mixing is done on the palette, blending is done on the painting. I don't blend on my painting. I dry brush on top of each other. I do glazes with a lot of water and a hairdryer, but I don't do any kind of blending on the painting itself. Now, this will be, put a little bit more pink up there and on her cheeks. Oh, she looks cold. Again, this is too pink here.
Ricarda said she was she's the only vegan in the village. Oh. And we started making Little Britain jokes.
Like David, yeah.
Yeah, like David. And I said, I'm the only vegan in the village. Little Britain.
Yes. So.
That's a very funny show.
It is. We probably can't quote it a whole heck of a lot here at Twitch.
But yeah, we can't. But we can say things like computer says no.
Yes, you can.
Because computer often does
Computer does say no a lot. Darn it.
I don't like it when computer says no.
I don't like it when computer says no either. Okay, I'll show you close up more. Maybe this is better. You can see how she's got color on her. And I'm not worried about the color going off behind her or smudging onto her hair because I'm going to be painting on top of that. It doesn't matter if it looks messy now. I just want to make sure that the parts that are going to be seen in the final stages are looking good as I work on them. Like, I know her nose isn't going to be bright red, but I know that around the edges where her nostrils are and everything, and the top part, I want that to be a little bit pink. So when I come in with a neutral sort of tone later, you'll see that red underneath it, and it will kind of look like a jewel tone effect, like a stained glass window sort of thing.
People are saying it looks amazing.
Thank you.
It is her paintings are in my head, but sadly I cannot draw, says Leela. That's okay. There are so many different ways to unleash what's in your head.
It's very true.
So you just have to pick the right thing for you.
Exactly.
If you do want to unleash them.
Or you can appreciate the unleashments of others.
That's true. Or sometimes you can just keep them in your head.
Yeah, that always ends badly.
What's that?
That always ends badly, I said. Let me see. I'm taking some more yellow and putting in that same color I was mixing before. I'm getting a little bit more white too. So this is going to be less transparent. And this is going to be more of an opaque layer. It's going to be less pink and more yellow. And put a little bit more white in it.
Jasmine.
Yes. Let's see how thick it is and put a little bit on this.
I just noticed the book. Do you always paint with a book under your arm?
Nope. I only paint with a book. I'm using it like a mouse stick. Like if you paint and you don't want the sticks you use, you know? Maybe you don't. But if I'm painting something that's thick, like this, I can't rest my arm on the table because my wrist is up at an angle like that. I love these books. These are the Guide to Imagery series that the Getty Museum puts
They
out.
are littered
They're wonderful
throughout my
books.
life.
I own all of them. I love them, and they're all over my house. And they're also the same thickness of a lot of the cradled panels or the wood panels I work on. So I often set a book right there because I know that the Guide to Imagery series is always 378 pages long or whatever, and it's the right thickness. I can put my hand there and not break my wrist too much, not have to bust out the rubber bands. So when
those are phenomenal book series. I very much like looking at them too. It's if you are just interested in art history.
I'm a complete art history nerd, and I love them. They sell them on Amazon. They sell them at a lot of museum gift shops. It's like before I had all of them, I had a checkoff list, and I'd get them at different museum gift shops because I like to buy lots of art books and confuse the people on the airplane when I bring them home.
Well, I always think that sometimes people that aren't into cold hard facts, and they don't have a decent lecture or something, and they're trying to learn history.
Yeah.
You can learn history, particularly European history, really well through artwork.
Yeah, through art history, you'll learn a lot of history in general. Yeah.
So there are different ways to learn. Yeah. And that's one of them. I can't speak for every big culture, but Europe in specific, a lot of it.
I've taken a lot of Asian art history courses.
I don't know Asian art as much.
I know it pretty well, and that's also a really good. I can look at a painting and know what dynasty it is. And I mean, there's a lot of clues you can look at, and it tells a lot of history also. I think with a lot of cultures, it was often either churches or governmental officials, etc., who would be financing artwork. So I think in a way art kind of has to tell history because they're commissioning a portrait of a queen or something to commemorate a great victory at sea.
Music is definitely the same, Mono. Definitely the same.
And you can look at things like novels and stuff.
Yes,
now.
literature.
Literature,
sure.
Going back. If you read something written 300 years ago, you can really get a feel of somewhat what the idealized fake version of life was then.
Phoebe asks, what was the name of the book again?
This one specifically is the
And why don't you tell her the name of the
Symbols
series?
of Power. I will, honey. This one specifically is called Symbols of Power in Art. It's one of my favorites. But the series is called the Guide to Imagery series, and it is.
How many books are in that?
40. I don't know.
We don't have them all, do we?
I don't know. I've got all the ones that are listed in the inside, but I know there are ones other than that. For example, the ones that was like the 17th century, the 18th century, they have more specific ones like that, and I've found some of those, but they are not listed on the inside cover, and I just can't be arsed to look it up online. But they're made by Getty Publications, like the Getty Museum, etc. The J. Paul Getty Museum in Los Angeles, I think, are the people who put these out. But you find these all over the world. I found them in all over Europe and
definitely
England
in museums.
They're printed out of
galleries.
Hong Kong. Yeah,
they're dense little heavy books.
And they are very handy if you paint on wood that is like an inch thick, because you can rest your hand on it.
And then you can.
And I do get paint all over them, and that's fine. But yeah, I like looking at things like this when I'm working. I like referencing and poking fun at art history sometimes, so it comes up a lot.
Yeah, I was looking at one on the plane the other day. Which one was I looking at?
I had the European 17th century one on the plane. Or 18th century. I forget. It was one of the other.
Kieran says, thank you for mentioning the interview.
Oh, of course. Now I'll tell people about it once the interview has taken place and they can watch it.
Yay. And Phoebe says, thank you for the info about the book.
Absolutely. Yeah, I should probably, I talk about those books a lot. I should probably put them on my Amazon link too. Because I think they probably have them on Amazon. I bought a couple of them on Amazon, but then I thought it would be more fun to try to get them at different museums, so I did that instead.
The only thing is they're very heavy for suitcases.
They are. I usually end up like going on an airplane and holding like maybe 2 of them in my hand at once, acting like it's not a personal item or a backpack or a carry-on, but it's just like something I picked up, and it's worked.
Well, what sometimes works out well for us is when we have we bring things like canvas cuties in our suitcases, and then we go to
Whitby and we sell them.
We sell them,
yeah.
and then we have.
Then we bring books back.
Yes.
Bring
books back.
exactly. So I don't have to leave them in London.
You actually have a couple there.
I know I do, but I'm saying I don't have to if I have room in my suitcase to bring things back.
Definitely.
Ha ha ha. That's why I sell paintings.
Why you sell paintings?
Yes.
You sell paintings to make room for art books.
Yep.
Well, you gotta have your goals. It's 4:55 and we're at 93 viewers.
Now you can see, or hopefully you can see, I've gone over the areas that were more bright pink, and I've gone over them with that kind of the same pink color, but I put some yellow, and I put a nice opaque titanium white in there. So that's also bringing up the highlights on her face a bit more. You can see her arm, you can see it's starting to look slightly more three-dimensional than it looked before. It's got funny little arms like me. Okay. I'm going to replace the masking tape on her. It's just not getting sticky as much. When masking tape, when you move it around too much, it stops getting sticky if you put it on a very heavily painted surface, the way that my art table is. So I'm going to throw this away and replace it.
Amy asked if we'll ever bring Canvas Cuties to live events in the States.
We do all the time.
I don't think we had any at the Ren Fair.
Canvas Cuties? We did last year at the Ren Fair.
Okay. We did last year. We did not this year.
We do, we had lots at MegaCon.
Yeah, we brought a ton at MegaCon.
Yeah. It depends what the event is. We usually have them at Pop Gallery, sometimes has them during my live events. It depends whether it's something that we make them here in Florida, because I make them out of it was a recycling initiative I did after using the insides of where we cut our stretcher bars. These were little squares, and we started doing Canvas Cuties. We'd just use up the canvas and use up the wood. So those are made by us here in Florida. So if it's an event where Disney is providing the inventory, then I won't have those with me because I didn't make the stuff that's there. I just did the paintings. And if it's something that is in the UK, we can bring a bunch of them because we have to fit something in a suitcase and they stack like little bricks. So it really depends on the event and where it is and who's providing the inventory. But you can always ask us. Or if you're a Patreon member, you can buy them online. It only costs $1 to be a Patreon member, and then you can buy your Canvas Cuties online. These are not Canvas Cuties, these are Tiny Treasures. So Canvas Cuties are made on canvas, they're prints. These are original paintings that are just small and square. And are also on wood.
Right. But they are easy to
they're about the same size. You know, these are actually, let me think. These are 3 inches by 3 inches. Canvas Cuties are 3.5 by 3.5.
So they're sneaky.
They're not sneaky.
Sneaky, same size.
They're not.
I said sneaky.
Whatever.
I'll bite you later.
Don't.
Planet Con will have the Planet Comic Con.
I don't know.
We'll have them. I'm not sure.
Planet Comic Con, like in Kansas City?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. It depends. It depends on if it's Strangeling Art and Jewelry, my sister's company, that's providing the bulk of the inventory. It might not, but if we are providing part of the inventory from Florida, then we might have some. We haven't had a meeting about that, who's bringing the inventory. But once we do, we'll know. And we'll let you know.
Now I'm excited about that jet book you have.
Yes, it is printed in Whitby. It's not like a really polished book or anything, but it's
maybe I have seen that.
I'm sure.
Is that in Kansas City?
No, it's here. I've got it. It's up. Actually, I think it's right close to the side of my bed. Actually. Okay,
maybe I should bring it on the plane.
Huh?
Maybe I'll bring it on the plane.
Maybe you will.
When will you be in Atlanta again?
Dragon
Con. Other than that, we'll probably be driving through.
Yeah, we drive through Atlanta all the time, but.
Dragon Con is such a big, crazy event in Atlanta. I think that's pretty much all I can do in Atlanta.
It takes us like months to get ready for that.
I love the detail in Canvas Cuties. I can fit them into little spaces. Definitely the reason we thought that would be such a cool product.
They are, and they look good when there's like a bunch of them together. Since they're squares, they work really good in groupings. Like I've seen somebody did a group, I think it was like 5 by 5 on their wall, and they kind of did it in shades of colors, and it looked really cool. Now I put a little bit of pigment on here. Here's how she's looking. Sorry if there's a shadow on there. My light is on the other side of the camera, so it's hard to get a good, that big triangle you're probably seeing that I'm seeing here is from the camera, but you can see how she's got a little bit of color to her now. Now this one here, I'm wanting to make her more creepy, sorta. So she's not gonna have regular white skin tones. I'm gonna give her a more sallow look to her eyes. Got some sap green.
Jasmine?
Yeah.
I'm going to take a bathroom break, and I'm going to make a coffee for myself. Go ahead and start the coffee now.
Okay. I'm going to take some sap green, and I'm going to mix it with a little bit of water. Maybe a little bit of violet. I've got dioxazine purple. That's my generic purple I use for a base when I want something that has purple in it. Oh wait, Maddie, it must be the... I was going to say.
I'm still here.
Maddie, you were going to go to the bathroom. Okay.
I will not do the raffle in the bathroom, I promise.
Thank you.
Glad I didn't go to the restroom. That would have been...
What would I have done?
We're at 98 viewers. Let me see.
Okay.
Let's see who won.
Who
Lucky,
won?
lucky
And this
person
is for
that
the
won.
big calendar, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'll show
You
the
want to
calendar
show
real
that
quick.
off? I can hit
I'll
draw at
run
the
away
same time.
here. There we go. Here's the Strangeling 2019 calendar
It
featuring all of these in huge
Our
format.
winner is the
Lovely,
Beating
pretty.
Fairy.
The Beating Fairy.
Like-
Beading.
Yeah,
and
like
making
beads.
Cool.
Like decorative beads, maybe?
Awesome. No, like important beads. Yay! Congratulations, and I will sign it, and I will send it to you. And if you didn't win, you can buy these. You can buy these.
I will put up the
all
link
over the place.
ASAP.
I think the link I have is to calendars.com, but you can buy them lots of places. Amazon has them.
I think, does Paul
just
have
search.
those?
Paul probably has them at Strangeling UK if you're in the UK.
You might even have them at the show.
We might even have them at Whitby. Yeah. I think the Disney.
Paul has so much stuff.
Yeah, Paul has a lot of stuff. At Disney World, at least, they have the calendars at the Pop Gallery at Disney Springs sells the calendars.
So hopefully the Beating Fairy's in the room. If not, I will contact them
Yes,
later.
Beating Fairy, where are you?
Yes, if you can hear us.
If
the
you
Beating
can
Fairy.
hear us in the, I was gonna say the past, but in the future too. If you're watching this, you can hear us from the past.
Yeah, it's the past for us in the future.
Yeah, I guess so. I've got purple and green. It kind of makes a muddy, bluish brown. And I'm going along kind of the areas. I wanted to give her kind of a hollow-eyed, zombie-ish look. So I'm going underneath her eye. This will make the front of her face project a little bit more towards the viewer too, which is pretty. She's got nice long hair. Might look kind of smudgy now, but I promise you it will look good later. I'm going to go up underneath her eyebrow a bit too. It'll give kind of the sort of indentation I kind of usually have on my characters. Like you're talking about not having a bridge on their nose. They kind of forehead down, face projection out, round little face pointy chin.
Right, again, congratulations, the Beating Fairy.
Beating Fairy.
Now, I will use this. Make that coffee.
Okay, alright. The next two prizes are pins, yeah?
Uh-huh. We've got
Got a little baddie?
Yes, which is a Strangeling UK exclusive.
Yes.
And then we have the Whitby pin. 2 UK pins.
I know. Well, I figured I'd do that since we're talking about Whitby and all. So, yes, the next one will be a little baddie. I just got her. She's not even up. I haven't even really posted pictures of her yet, but she's at the strangelinguk.com website, and it's exclusive to them. But you don't have to live in the UK to get one. Paul will ship them anywhere in the world. Then we've got the lovely White Rose Fairy, White Rose of York, and she is going to be the giveaway pin at Whitby. But I kept one here of my own that I will be giving away to you guys at Twitch, since not everybody can come to Whitby. And we'll just all giggle if somebody who's going to be at Whitby ends up winning the prize, because it is random. The one person I will not let win is Matt, in case he wins. I don't know if it enters him or what, but he's not allowed to. I see, there you go. Yeah, but he didn't win the free Whitby thing that we're giving away at Whitby, so. Right. I'm taking more sap green, because that was looking a little bit brown and it looked more natural. I want her to look like she's unwell. Let's see. I'm going to do under her eyes a bit. A lot of my characters have a nice sort of Weltschmerzy, world-weary look about them that stops them from being dolls, really. Let me see. Oh, I was going to show you guys also, since the last time we had Twitch, which was right before I went to California, we have had a couple of the paintings I've done on Twitch are now finished and are available. The paintings are already sold, but the originals, that is. But we have canvases and prints of 2 of the pictures you saw me paint up here. The first is one I actually painted a while back. This is early on Twitch. Some of you might remember. This is the print of her. Medusa and her cat. If you haven't seen this, you can go back on YouTube, and I'm Jasmine Becket-Griffith on YouTube. You can see the archives up there, because this is probably too long ago to even be archived on Twitch. But you can watch me paint her. And the original painting was at the Corey Helfer Gallery. It was one of my many paintings this summer at Magical Thinking, my show there. And if you look at the kitty cat, he's got tiny little snakes too, because he's just wonderful. Okay. And there's Medusa with all her cute snakes. And yeah, she looks a little bit sad, but think of her life story. Wouldn't you be sad? And those are available up at strangeling.com. We ship worldwide. I think they're on sale for $9.99, and I signed them on the back for a print like that. We also have big fancy canvases and all sizes of prints there. And then the one I was working on, I think it was last time. No, Matt doesn't care. Last time it was Sweet Isabella, my little Dia de los Muertos girl that I painted. This is the print of her. Sorry if it's too bright. I can't see the TV screen from here, so that's what she looks like, and she turned out really cute. She has the beautiful monarch butterflies.
Jack-o'-lantern fairy that you're currently painting, does that glow in the dark too?
This painting? No? No, it's a...
Well, there's
they do make glow in the dark paint. You know what? I actually, years ago, I did a few pieces, like 20 years ago, I did a few paintings that had glow in the dark paint. I don't use glow in the dark paints typically on my actual paintings, but on the pin sure does. I'll show you guys the pin. I don't know. I'm sure that, well, I know that the uranium-based ones have a half-life, but but I don't know about glow-in-the-dark paints now, like if there are ones that would, the enamels will stay good, like on something like this. But as far as like paints you get like at Michael's or Hobby Lobby and you put it on a original painting, I don't know how long it lasts. A lot of people collect my work. Some people do it for investment. They want to know that they can leave it to their grandchildren someday. And I'm worried that if it's something that is a real contemporary pigment, it might start fading after 5 years or something. So I'm kind of picky about the light fastness of my paints on the originals. But with pins and stuff like that, that's enamel poured into metal. That's a different story. So I'm going to take some of that same sap green that I was putting around her eyes, and I'm going to mix it with the quinacridone nickel azo gold. I'm just kind of doing this off to the side.
For 5 months in a row.
Oh wow! Thank you, Shadow.
You guys are not messing around.
You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
It used to be like you could only do it for 3 months, right? Now they let you do it. Like, remember, like when we started, and now it's like for 5 or 6 months now.
Yes, oh.
That's neat. And you don't have to worry about it for a while too. Let's see. I'm thinking about maybe even using a bit of that green pigment on her mouth. I'm going to have green. I'm going to put a little Payne's gray in that. So instead of a warm green that was mixed with the nickel azo gold, I'm mixing it with Payne's gray, which isn't really gray. It's more of like a dark blue. I'm putting it off to the side. This is actually not on top of my palette paper. I'm just kind of going off to the side in here because I have water kind of in the bottom up here that the sponge is soaking up, and that will make it so it's a very thin glaze-like color.
That looks delicious.
There we go. Well, I was licking it too, but that's okay. I don't think you saw that one.
I did not see that.
Wow.
What did you do?
So I'm going to use that on the shadows a little bit, and the shadows like under her hair. And this is going to make her look a little bit otherworldly or kind of dead. Like a zombie.
People are saying so gorgeous.
Yeah, so far so good. I'll show you how she's looking.
If I miss any questions.
I don't know how well you can see the colors. I've got like a zillion studio lights to make it good for painting in here, and I always worry it's going to mess with the cameras, but you can probably see there's a little bit of green on top of there. So even though these two characters, I use the same basic sort of underpainting, once they're done, they're going to look very different because the pigments I'm using on top to glaze on top of are going to change the feel of it, the look of it, the palette. Now this is very transparent here. When you're painting with a glaze, basically a bunch of water with a little bit of paint in it, if there's a line, like if you're looking at this line on her forehead, if you go over it, you're going to still see the line just like you saw it before. It almost looks like a watercolor. It'll dry, you can smudge it around so it dries quicker, smooth it out. Painting with water. If you do this with oils, you can do glazes with, mix it with linseed oil, or they make a lot of glazing mediums. They make glazing mediums for acrylics too. I don't really like to use them very much because they change the surface of the painting a lot. Maybe it's because I paint on wood or masonite. It might work better on canvas, or maybe there's different brands. But the glazing medium, I found it kind of makes everything weird and sticky, like it has Elmer's glue on it or something. I'm probably just not using it right. But I'm kind of going over the lines, like that's going to be your shoulder. That's going to give some darker tones on her shoulder there too. So now it's going to look like it's more muscled a bit. It's got a bit of a three-dimensional look to it.
That's cool.
A little bit under the shadow of her hair. If we were to see a cemetery monument and there's little bits of...
Titch just subscribed for 6 months in a row.
Oh wow, 6 months! Dang, thank you. But yeah, if you think of like a little angel monument at the cemetery and it's got bits of lichen or mold or something in the darker edges.
Ricardo, we have not. Jasmine's going to try to do 6, but Jasmine hasn't mentioned any others but these 2.
Yeah, these are the only 2 I'm showing on Twitch here. I might put a sneak preview of the other ones, maybe up at Patreon, or I might actually show them sometime before Whitby so people can see them ahead of time. I'll probably put them up on Instagram as it gets closer to the date. Probably Patreon first, and then maybe Instagram, Facebook, all that stuff.
And Shadow Dancer just gave us 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 bits. Yay!
Thank you very, very much. Thank you,
I will
Shadow
spend
Dancer.
those wisely.
Yes. I think I'm still not entirely sure how they work, but thank you. She's looking very pretty. Nice and green. Now, I don't want her to have normal kind of pink or flesh-toned
She looks
lips.
kind of dead.
Yeah, she does. But I want her lips to be more of a cyanotic sort of bluish green color. So I'm going to get some of my turquoise. Oh, I'm almost out. I think I have another one. No, it's black. Oh well. This is phthalo turquoise. I'm going to take some of that. Again, they are supposed to squirt out the top. I love golden fluid acrylics, but I hate their lids. They get all full of gunk, and I just got to use a screwdriver to get it out. But I'm going to take some of this lovely... I want to get in the white paint. Oh, please come out. I'm trying to talk about you, paint. Turquoise here. Yeah, can't do that forever.
Jasmine, have you heard of strawberry gin?
Have I what?
Heard of strawberry gin?
Is it a drink? It sounds good.
Ricardo said she was out for a second, and she was asking about the tiny treasures.
Oh,
She said because she got a gin. I asked her what gin. She said strawberry gin.
Strawberry gin? Like GIN? Like the juniper liquor?
Yes.
Oh, that sounds awesome. I've had a drink that was called a pink gin.
Oh, there's cute little cupcake bits.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you, Phoebe.
What makes them look like different
having
things?
a gin and tonic.
Man,
it's flavor gin. There's loads over there.
We have flavored
France?
vodkas here a lot, but in America, but I don't see flavored gin very much. I've seen botanical gin and like cucumber gin.
I had a lovely botanical gin, but
yeah, there's one we got that had like a star anise floating in it, but
I think gin
sounds good.
Gin has an almost different connotation in America. It seems almost like a more fancy drink in a way.
Yeah.
Kind of like you're gonna enjoy it and sip it. It's not like a vodka.
It's not tequila shots or something. Yeah.
We use it as.
I think people have gin more in the UK.
They definitely do.
Yeah.
once the
You can see her lips. They look very blue. I'm going to go over in neutral though, so they're not going to be so blue, but the creases in it are going to be blue.
gin was very prevalent before Prohibition in America.
Yeah.
And once Prohibition hit, the lines closed, and we never really got
And we
it back
stopped
to where
ever
it was.
really good. You know, it kind of had a bit of a revival as any sort of craft cocktail sort of thing has done
now,
here
yeah.
nowadays. But in
That's
general,
what I'm saying.
yeah,
There'll be cocktails and kind of like craft. They're not just a big thing of gin usually.
Yeah.
I know there will be a new pin set in December, or there'll also be an exclusive on the 22nd.
At Pop Gallery,
Yeah.
yes, we will have some sort of exclusive pin that will be a free one, free with purchase. As long as you buy something that's Jasmine, and you can't get back in line. You can't get back in line after you do it. I think they're going to punch your receipt or something like that. I think there was some confusion about that last time, but
Gin with hibiscus tea is yummy. I think they have that at Mr.
Mr.
Fogg's
Fogg's has
in
that.
London,
yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm. They do. That sounds.
Low gin. Gin with hibiscus tea. Good. Oh, Leslie Dawn's down in Davenport. Well, I hope you're enjoying our weather.
Yeah, our weather's very nice right now. Crazy
Restless Spirits in KC makes the best gin.
I know that there are some places in Kansas City that make gin.
Well, thank you,
That sounds good.
Kay Harmon.
I'm thirsty. Let's see. Yeah, she's gonna be neat. I might give her like a gross cloudy eye or something too.
Kind of like a zombie kitty.
Yeah.
Was that zombie kitty has cloudy eye? Yeah.
Because the kitty matches her.
Aww.
Looks like my mama wolfed it. Let's see.
I'm getting love from you.
Aw. You want me to? I can show her to the people.
Yeah. Are you sure?
Yeah, sure. I've been torn up for a while.
And we will bring the kitty.
Okay.
You have to ask her.
I'm gonna bring her anyways. You bring
Last
her?
night she just went on bed. The 2 nights before, she kept bothering me all night.
She laid on my head last night. Here.
Did you jump?
Got her? There we go. Oh, yeah. Where's my good girl? Gonna be a good girl.
Aww.
Oh, yes, she's being sweet.
sweetie. Yay.
Oh, this is the day when Gamera turns sweet. Love you, Gamera. You're a good girl. You're a good girl. Hey, she's good.
Doing good.
Be good. Now, be good. What a good girl. Here's a good girl. Now jump down. I got paint.
Come here, gimme.
I can't have her here. She's too big. She'll squish me.
Well, that was a sweetie.
Yeah, see? That's Gamera. Look at that. No biting. No face biting. No eye biting. That's wonderful. Oh, that was nice.
Leela passes Moobot a rusty nail. That's a good drink.
I have one here.
Ah.
It is, actually.
She is a beautiful kitty. She's kind of...
Gamera is lovely.
She's kind of silly.
Her eyes are very crossed. If you look at her, she's kind of goofy because she's fly-legged and her eyes are crossed, so she looks like a cartoon of a kitty that like an anvil fell on or something. But she's a little sweetheart.
She means well.
She means... Does she?
I don't know.
Mm-mm.
Maybe.
I don't know. Hard to tell. Hard to tell of kitties. I make one of her eyes, at least at the stage, one of them kind of warm colored and one kind of cool colored. And I'm still using that same sort of mix I had with the water mixed with the sap green and the quinacridone nickel azo gold. I put more of the gold on one side and I'm going to take the other one with more of a bluish purple. And I'm kind of going over the whole eye, including the iris and the white of the eye. And a lot of that will be covered up with thicker layers of paint later, but that will be showing through and that will reinforce the idea that something is different with one of the eyes. In fact, I'm going to take some of that turquoise and some of the water and mix it with an opaque color. I don't know if you can see this. Probably kind of the same color as the plate. So it's blue, white, water, turquoise, and Payne's gray. Got some more water from my cup. I think that looks too white, so I'm going to get some more blue and some more water. I don't want to put so much white that it will make the whole eye opaque completely. I want to be able to tell where her eyelashes are, where the pupil of her eye is, sort of, etc.
This is going to be a good one for Whitby.
Yeah. I'm going, obviously, it's Whitby, it's Goth Weekend at Whitby, so I'm going with the more goth sort of Halloween
it's Halloween
themed
time.
autumn-y stuff because it's that time of year.
What a great town to be in this time of year.
It is. I'm just going to kind of cover the whole eye and smear it all in there. Yeah. That's looking nice. Now she's sticking to her friend. No. That's why I don't like painting with too many at once usually. Okay. You can see one of her eyes is looking very kind of warm and golden green colored, and her other side is kind of looking like an icy, weird blue color.
So Penny says, Jasmine, I'm amazed that you can get all the details in such a small space.
Yeah, they're very, very tiny. Some people are a lot better working on miniatures than I am. I don't like working much smaller than this, but some people get crazy, or not crazy, but they'll go all out and they'll get like those big mirrors or magnifying glasses that school nurses use for like looking for head lice, you know, those big things. And anyways, and people do tiny little paintings or do things on a little nail head or something like that. But that drives me crazy. This is about as small as I can go.
So Ian wants to apologize because he knows this sounds horrible.
Oh, but this sounds great.
What
is it?
He was kind of looking forward to see a genuine Gamera scar next weekend.
You will probably see one. I mean, I've always got this one here. That's not going anywhere. That one's there for life, I think. So I can show you that one. I've got a few. Well, some of these are Mama Wolf scars, but that are still here. But yeah, this one's Mama Wolf. It's still there. There's a Gamera one there. I'll show you all my scars. And besides, I've got a whole another day here with Gamera, and she will probably sleep on my head tonight.
Most likely.
Maybe I'll be missing an eye or something. I want to go in and put some shading on her nose a bit. She doesn't really have any tones on there right now. Usually, for example, with the more traditionally pinky flesh tone one, I covered that all with red and I went on with a neutral tone on top. With her, it's really just the underpainting showing on her nose, so I want to address that somehow. Probably put a little bit of the sap green mixed with some raw umber. Move this off to the side because I want it to be a bit of a glaze. I don't want it to be completely opaque. I'm not trying to restructure the underpainting. I am just trying to give it a little bit of color, but not being a traditional nose color. I'm going to put some more Payne's Gray in there too. Yeah.
Such funny names.
Yeah, I've read somewhere, I was reading stories about why different paint colors were called different paint colors and who they were named for, etc. It was kind of interesting. But not everybody finds that sort of thing kind of interesting.
Well, if you work with them all the time, it's kind of neat.
That's true.
To know.
I should read through them and tell people stories of paint names during the dead time.
Paint stories are good stories.
Yeah. I don't know. It reminds me kind of like reading about how all the different elements were discovered, like in the disappearing spoon.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Goond, be sure to not make a space between the exclamation and the raffle.
Yeah, it has to be all one word, exclamation point raffle, because
it looks like you did it before that.
Oh, okay.
No, you're good.
Excellent.
Moobot has you.
Oh yeah,
you're good.
If you do it once, the magic robot will have you. There we go. Now this way the shadows that were around her nose now look kind of greenish and brownish. Don't want her nostrils to go away though. I'm going to redo her nostrils with a bit of brown. Oh, sorry, ma'am.
The nostrils seem hard.
It is two little dots.
I think if I did nostrils, noses, they all look like little piggies or something.
I kind of do, and they kind of do.
No, I mean like, probably put them right on top. I don't know.
Oh, well, I can't help you with your problem.
I have problems with my piggy nostrils.
I'm going to make the middle part of her lip a bit darker. Not necessarily that she's wearing makeup, but it's going to give a little bit of visual entrance there.
I wonder what disaster that poor thing went through.
Oh, who knows?
Wonder how old she is. She 1,000 years old?
How can you tell?
Can't.
You cut her in half and count the rings.
Ooh.
A little bit of a darker line underneath her upper lip. So it looks more like it's projecting towards us. She's not like selfie pouting or anything. She's getting there. And a little bit of a shadow underneath her lower lip. If you see me touching the painting very quickly after I put a brush stroke on there, it's usually because I have a lot of water in my paint and I don't want it to start running down. I just like to tap it so it dries up into my finger, which is why my fingers are typically different colors.
We will be streaming for about another hour and a half.
Oh, okay. I've got to work on some other things for Whitby. Hopefully Disney won't send me a bunch of things to sign right before I leave or anything.
Yeah.
I'm happy people like them. Now, since the underside of her eye has several layers of that dark brown and green glaze I did, it's kind of losing some of the lower, like, crow's feet sort of things underneath her eyes, and I want to make sure it looks there, shows up there. I want to look like she's lived a little. A little bit of cross-hatching with a very thin brush. This is the script liner brush that I was using earlier to sketch the picture with.
That is so cool.
Thank you.
A neat effect.
Yeah, so it's a lot of building up darker areas, putting on lighter areas, putting a layer of pigment, and then building up other areas to be darker or lighter, and just kind of working back and forth from the middle tone that I started with. Put a little bit more highlight above her eyebrows. This one I'm actually using a little bit of that same peachy pink color that I used on some of the flesh tones on the Jack-o'-lantern fairy. I'm going to mix that with some of the blue, gray, green background that I'm using on her with a little bit of Naples yellow and a little bit of Titan buff. That will kind of, I want it to look like there's a light above her, sort of. Because I want her to have kind of a mood-lit sort of thing happening. So if I make this part of her forehead brighter, I'll put a bit of white in there too. With a slightly warmer tone, I'll smudge that in there good. Yeah. A little bit on her eyebrow here, above her
For any
eyebrow.
local people, I also want to mention, if you haven't tried them, they have Impossible Burger sliders.
Oh,
at
yes,
Splitsville. Right next to the Pop Gallery.
We had them at Disneyland in California when I was there doing my signing, and they were super good. They're vegetarian. You can ask for them to be vegan. They come with cheese on them otherwise, but you can ask them to leave the cheese off them.
Right.
Then it's vegan.
I would also encourage the people that do eat meat to try them.
Yeah.
See if you can tell the difference, because it's kind of amazing.
Yeah, I like Impossible foods.
They were really tasty. Have we seen those in the UK yet?
I have not seen Impossible Burgers or Impossible Foods products in the UK
Yeah,
yet.
White Castle does have them.
White
well.
Castle,
We don't have any White Castles around here that I know
in
of.
Florida, but I know White Castle has sliders of them. Yeah.
So we get them at Splitsville.
Yeah.
And probably pay 9 times more than we would be at White Castle.
I'm sure. I think they're $1.99 at White Castle. I got an alert from Impossible Foods.
Well, that's fun if I happen to see one when we're driving around off the highway.
Yeah.
Maybe we can stop there and get one.
So.
Dark Flower Dead says hello, Jasmine.
Hello.
They probably do have White Castles in Kansas City. I knew they used to have one in the town I grew up in.
I
I'm not
remember
sure if they're
my father
anymore.
went to one once.
Seems like they'd have them
And
there.
it was in North Kansas City. Or Gladstone, I forget. But my dad went to one once.
He worked at one once?
Went to one once.
Oh,
It's not an interesting story, Loveland.
Yeah.
No, my dad went to a White Castle once, and it was in
I don't remember
North Kansas City or Gladstone.
I don't remember if I ever had them or not. I don't think I ever had them.
Last time I went to something like that, it was a McDonald's in India, and they didn't even serve beef. So that was a very different sort of restaurant. I got a McSpicy paneer. It was
McSpicy
awesome.
paneer. Yeah, you're not gonna find that.
They don't have those at
America.
McDonald's in the States, yeah? No.
No, I don't think so.
No.
None
They
that I
put
know.
beef in their fries in the States. I don't know what to think about them.
That's just
It's unnecessary.
It's like a cartoon villain.
Put beef in your French
Let's put
fries.
cow in your fry.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Moobot got scared.
Uh-oh, see?
Poor
Poor
Moobot.
Moobot.
It is 5:30 and we're 82 viewers.
Excellent. I'm going through that same lighter color, but I've mixed it in with some sap green, so it's going to blend a bit more naturally into the lower part of her face, which won't be as bright as the top part of her face, because I want it to look like she's down in like a, I don't know, underground sewer grate or something, and the light's coming from the top. Close a tomb with the light
If I
coming
play
in.
Kiss from a Rose for Moobot, will that help my chances of winning? Yes.
I
Sure.
don't know.
Isn't that from Batman originally?
Yes.
And that's a, what, Seal?
Yes. There we go. You're a pretty little honey. Bonding. Probably has maxilla.
I'm not sure if
That's
Moobot can be
pretty low.
romanced.
You don't know what?
I'm not sure if Moobot can be romanced.
I don't know. Don't know the
Moobot is a very
predilections.
stoic, static thing.
Yes.
Yes, these are going to be gorgeous. Oz not think so.
Yeah.
They're two very different pieces, aren't they?
Yeah. That's the thing. It's not necessarily helpful to do them at the same time if I wasn't doing Twitch, but that's okay.
Well, it's neat. There's a contrast there.
Yeah, it is. And that, again, now that that's got like 12 layers of paint on it, it can dry, and I can work on her little friend here. I'm going to go over a little bit around the edges of the eye using some of that same flesh tone I had mixed up earlier and mixing a bit of white in it because that's looking a little bit too red. I don't look like she's got like an infection or something. That one is fine for infection, but not this one. I'm deciding their fates. You're going to go in there. There we go, little honey.
Phoebe says, yes, be careful, vegetarians. The yellow arches are not safe in Cali. I had to tell my cousin when he was vegetarian, he was eating fries like crazy, but I'm pretty sure that's everywhere.
Everywhere in the United
America.
States, yes. In England, they don't put beef in their French fries at McDonald's. And of course, in India, they do not. And I think America might be the only state, or the only country, whatever we are, that puts beef in their French fries at McDonald's. I don't know why.
Ian asked if we ever go to Universal.
I've been there.
It
Matt's
was
been
a
there
long
more
time
often.
ago.
Matt's been there more often than I have. He's been to
Yeah, but
Harry Potter World and all
even
that.
then,
Yeah.
it was a long time ago.
Yeah, but you've been there.
What is the one with the two colored eyes called?
Oh, I don't know. I guess she'll be Tiny Treasure number. Tiny Treasures are numbered. They're not named because I paint lots of them and I'm not good with names, I guess. I don't know. I think the last one I painted was here at Twitch. It was a girl who also had eyes of different colors. That was one that somebody suggested. And I think that was number 134. So, am I remembering that right? I don't remember. I think it was 134.
I have no idea.
I'm good with numbers, not titles. But so this will probably be 130. Well, I've already got a couple other ones for Whitby, but these will be probably 138 and 141 or something like that. Depends on what order I finish them. When I'm writing, sometimes they're not even quite in the right order because I don't usually put the number on the back when I'm naming them or choose a title sometimes until I'm putting it on my scanner. And I'm like, oh my god, I've got to call it something when I scan it in because I have to name it for the prints and everything. So that's when I'll decide what number it is and what the name is. But people sometimes will name them. I've had quite a few people buy paintings of mine that were like Faces of Fairy number 213, and they've themselves have given it a name, and I think that's fine.
Jasmine, what do you use to clean your brushes?
Water. This is just tap water, and I don't really clean my brushes. I just keep them until they get all fuzzy, and then I bang them up and on sandpaper, and I use them for fuzzy brushes, and then I buy ones that are pointier, and I use those for pointy things. I just clean it. I just put them in water. They're not. These brushes cost me about $1. each, so
There
I'm not
used to
real
be some animal
worried.
products in the shakes too a while ago.
Yeah, one
Milk?
of them. Yeah, one of them had something in one of the
Oh.
milkshakes there. I remember that.
Milk is an animal product.
Well, yes, they mean like a dead animal product that
Oh.
vegetarians wouldn't want.
Jeez,
Yeah,
really?
yeah.
That's just weird. That's
Yeah,
just getting bizarre.
it might. Yeah, they're trying, man.
I know Denny's had a bacon shake. I think
Oh,
I've seen
Jesus.
that. I've seen that around quite a bit.
Oh, that's fine.
And then drinks with bacon in them and stuff. And Bloody Marys with bacon.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Bloody Marys often have anchovies in them. That's
Yeah.
why I'm afraid of them.
I like Bloody Marys, but I have to be careful. Often the ones on the airplanes are fine.
Yeah, they usually use Mrs. T's.
Yeah.
Whatever they're called.
Mr. and Mrs. T's?
Is it Mr. and Mrs. T's, or
I
am I
always
making this
forget.
up in my head? I don't know.
Shakes weren't veg.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
just
There was one
silly.
type of shake that wasn't there. I don't forget what it was. Again, I've only been to McDonald's in India, and they don't even serve beef there, so I don't really know what's at them here.
No, it's not even the same. I mean, it's owned by them. But it's not
Yeah,
the same
it's still
laser.
McDonald's. They had like Big Macs that they were vegetarian. It was weird. The Kentucky Fried Chicken in India had like vegetarian chicken in it as well. They had chicken, and then they had veggie options for all the different things at the Kentucky Fried Chicken there. So I was like, oh, that's cool.
I know you were at Disneyland in California recently. Any chance of going back anytime soon?
Oh, I've not even unpacked my suitcase yet, so yeah, I will be back there, I'm sure. They usually have me go out there once or twice a year, typically. My other main gallery in California, of course, is the Corey Helford Gallery in downtown Los Angeles. I was there a couple months ago, and that's where I do my big solo shows, and that's a great one to go to when I'm doing events there. I don't know the date yet for my next solo show. I'm assuming it will be there. I probably need a year or two to prepare on that one. But yeah, Disneyland will probably be some point next year. I'll put it on my event page and I'll let you guys know. At the Winter Grand Gallery. Here in Disney World, I will be back. Yeah, I get back in England on the 3rd. It'll be the 10th. The 10th of November. I'm at Disney World here in Florida at the Winter Grand Gallery. And then on December 22nd, I am at the Pop Gallery here at Disney World. And then throughout January and February, I'll be at the Epcot International Festival of the Arts here at Disney World. I'll have probably 2 tents there, one with my Disney art at the Winter Grand Gallery and one at the Pop Gallery with my non-Disney, my personal artwork will be there too. And I'll kind of be at one for some days and one some of the other.
So Jasmine, are you saying your art is intense?
My art is intense, yes. Oh, dear Lord.
It's 2 tenths.
It's 2 tenths. Jasmine 2 tenths Becket-Griffith. Sure. Everybody gets that joke.
Well, we used to not know what any restaurants put in anything. It was, gosh, fairly recently.
Yeah, it's only been in the latter half of my life, really, that restaurants had to tell you what was in stuff.
Calories.
I mean, when I was a kid, it didn't even say it on food. Like if you got cereal, you didn't know how many calories were in it or what the ingredients were. I think that was probably I don't know when they start doing that. It was voluntary at first, and then they started requiring it for companies to. That's good. You should know what you're getting if you're buying it and you're putting it in your body. It's only fair. It's not like people are going to try to steal the recipe or something. Well, there was concern about that originally. That's why some people were saying it was an invasion of privacy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you can write proprietary spice blend, for example. And it doesn't say how much of everything's in there.
11 herbs and spices?
Exactly.
That's when Purina still made human cereal?
Yeah. Purina used to make cereal. Golly, and then St. Joseph, Missouri, there is the Purina place used to make some sort of cereal.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it said Purina cereals. There's a grain elevator that still has the Purina logo on it. They used to make monkey chow too. I don't know if they still do. Which is slightly different than human cereal, theoretically. Or maybe they just use the same thing because they didn't have to label it.
Monkeys are slightly easier to please.
Depends on the monkey.
Slightly.
Depends on the person. Well, take some of
Ernie
the...
used to make Ghostbusters cereal. And all that other fun stuff, says that Nintendo guy.
Ah.
That's funny. Ghostbusters cereal.
That's for ghosts? Hungry ghosts?
Sure.
Okay.
Now I got the Pac-Man cereal commercial
No.
song stuck in my head.
Pac-Man cereal?
Ghostbusters cereal. I don't remember that one. Was it the real Ghostbusters? Or was it
Or was it the real Ghostbusters?
the fake little cartoon?
Yeah. Learn about trademark, folks. Yeah.
Yeah, wow, I can't believe it.
That wouldn't fall. That wouldn't go through now. Because what year was that? That would have been
Ghostbusters cereal?
80s.
Oh yeah, late 80s.
Yeah. I don't want her
Then
pupils to be black. I'm kind of bluing them out a bit because I want it to look like lights hitting her from below because she's got a magical pumpkin.
First Ghostbusters cartoon had it had like a big monkey that was a big gorilla that was one of them, and it was like two teenage guys and a big gorilla.
Why was the gorilla there?
I don't know. He's a really smart gorilla.
Okay. And he's smart enough to catch ghosts?
Yeah, they kind of shoot him, and there was this evil villain. What was that?
Was it Ghostbusters like the film?
No.
Oh, okay.
They still fought ghosts and stuff.
Okay.
But...
It was the one that was called Ghostbusters but didn't have anything to do with the film. And then there was also a cartoon of the film.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the real Ghostbusters.
Was it a good cartoon?
No, it wasn't super horrible.
Was it worth watching?
No,
Okay.
a lot of cartoons aren't.
Mm-hmm.
Layla says, I have my Raven bag ready for Whitby as I know Jasmine likes that one.
Aw, yes, I remember that.
Icy Ghostbuster drink was fun to have. Ecto Cooler. And nothing like drinking some ectoplasm. We're keeping it Halloween themed.
Yeah, we kind of are, aren't we?
We're trying. Wow, I remember that. Cartoons of the 80s. I remember nearly every cartoon in the 80s.
You and I are very
I
different
somehow
people,
watched
man.
them all. I don't know how.
I don't know either.
How did I watch all
You
of
get
them?
left alone in front of a TV a lot?
I haven't watched the Punky Brewster cartoon. I watched Pac-Man cartoon. The Dungeons and Dragons cartoon.
I watched a couple episodes of that one, and it had a character named Jasmine in it.
Yeah. She was the acrobat, I think.
Ah.
Was she the
This is
acrobat?
before Aladdin, so that was a
I remember
neat thing.
Jabberjaw,
I was
yeah.
like, I never knew people named Jasmine. And then there's Aladdin, and there's Jasmines everywhere.
Yeah, I think I mentioned Jabberjaw in that review I did for the
Oh, I've got the audio
Meg.
working on my phone. I need to listen to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
These must be USA stuff. Yeah, probably of Osmond. Punky Brewster with the little magic little fluffy guy.
I don't know
Boomer.
these things
Yep.
either, so don't feel
Punky
bad.
Brewster, I always want you here. I remember the song and everything. Bow, 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 bow.
Was it a good show, Maddie?
The Beetlejuice cartoon, I was too old to enjoy that probably. But I remember
I didn't see that. Was it like the movie?
The Beetlejuice, no, because Lydia and Beetlejuice are friends. It's weird.
Was it licensed?
Did you ever watch Cop Rock? Yeah, I watched a bit of Cop Rock.
What is it?
Cop Rock. Cop Rock was was like a crime series drama, but it was had music in it, musical. It was called Cop Rock.
Like the cops sing the rock?
Yeah, the cops sing in it. Yep.
Okay. Was it a good show?
No. The Groovy Ghoulies, I remember that. Yeah.
My God.
I missed the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon. I like that one. Yeah, it was good. Gummy Bears, pretty good. Might and Magic, that's beyond compare.
We had a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles video game that was at Dairy Queen when I worked there.
That's a good
And
one
it
too.
played the music constantly. I close my eyes, I can still hear it.
Well, I think the Beetlejuice cartoon, it was probably how old you were when you watch it. For example, Jasmine liked the Muppet Babies, but
I didn't like the Muppet Babies. I was a 4-year-old and
That's
it was
what I'm
on.
saying.
And that was
Gargoyles
one
is
of the
pretty
few
good.
things I saw.
Kinda
that-
dark.
What? I don't necessarily...
Did you know they're turning Beetlejuice into a musical? Oh, is Danny
Huh.
Elfman going to be involved?
I
That'd be
hope
cool.
So.
That'd be very good.
Maybe. Okay. I'm giving her kind of... I'm painting her eyes kind of light blue. In the little pin, her eyes are, again, since it's stamped in metal, it's a metal mold here that has the enamel poured in it. It doesn't have as much detail as obviously I'm going to put into the painting, and her eyes are kind of that same glow-in-the-dark color that the pumpkin's eyes are. So in this, I'm giving her a base of kind of a blue iris on her eye, and then it's going to have the light of the pumpkin will be reflecting up. So we'll have kind of a yellow-orange glare on the lower part. I'll work on that once I've started making the pumpkin glow some more. I might start painting the pumpkin now, just so I can get a better idea of the color scheme a bit more, because I want her to match the pin, but obviously a painting's going to have a gradation of tone and color and light and all that good stuff. Color and Light, is that the name of the James Gurney book I was trying to think of?
What is it?
Color and Light?
I think so.
I think it's called that. Yeah. I think that's in my Amazon thing. That's a great book if you're interested in painting realistically, whether you're painting fantasy art or anything, maybe you're just painting apples. It teaches you a lot about color and shadows and stuff that if you didn't take art classes, you can learn from a book, and it's a lot cheaper.
Beetlejuice 2 was confirmed to be made. I've
been hearing that since the internet was invented. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not true. I've just been hearing it a long time. So maybe it's still in pre-production. Probably still need Tim Burton to sign off on something.
That was, I mean, is Michael, remember his last name? Beetlejuice.
Michael Keaton?
Michael Keaton, yeah. Is he going to be involved?
I don't know.
He was, that movie,
Birdman.
Birdman was
That was a great
fantastic.
movie. I liked that movie. I like movies like that.
Yep.
Something's called Birdman. I want it to be like that.
Birdman was great.
Yeah. Mothman's a good movie too.
Oh, the Mothman
Should
Prophecies?
have a Mothman special.
Yeah, the
I like
Mothman Prophecies is actually a really good movie. It's my favorite
It is.
movie with Richard Gere in it.
Probably mine as well.
Well, I mean, the other two movies that
He's in
people
a lot
point
of
out
things.
is
yeah.
Pretty Woman, and
I've
that's not
never
a
seen that.
Matt sort of movie.
I've never seen
And
it.
Officer and a Gentleman, which I've seen,
I have
but
not
it's
seen
not
that
a
either.
Matt sort of movie either.
I don't know. I've seen him in a thing, except for Mothman Prophecies.
Well,
What would
that's
I
a
have
good
seen
one.
him in?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of what else he was in that you would have seen.
That's
I'm
what I
trying to think of
mean.
what else
I
he
think
was
I
in that
only know him
that
from
I saw.
Mothman. I'm sorry,
Oh wait,
Mr.
he's
Gere.
in the part 2 of the
Should learn about your oeuvre.
Indian the Great something hotel.
Oh yes, you are right. The the second best exotic marigold
something
hotel.
like that.
He is in that. I have seen that. I saw it on an airplane.
I bet it's not near as good as the Grand Budapest Hotel.
It is nothing like the Grand Budapest Hotel, which is a lovely movie. I like. Well, the other one's not. But,
I do remember the
yeah.
Karate Kid cartoon. I watched that too.
There's a Karate Kid cartoon.
Yes.
You know that idea has been explored in a lot of media now.
Hey, that
Good for it.
Cobra Kai was really good. I'm still hoping and wishing for Labyrinth 2 and a remake Dirty Dancing or Dirty Dancing 2.
Didn't they already remake Dirty Dancing and Dirty Dancing?
I don't know.
too?
What are
They
called?
did.
Even
I know
Dirtier
they
Dancing?
did though. They remade
Filthy
them.
Dancing.
They remade them like a few years ago, and I haven't
They
seen those
remade
either.
Dirty Dancing. It sucked. So
Yeah, that's
just,
what I mean. I remember seeing adverts for it everywhere.
There was
By
already
a couple of
Dirty
years
Dancing
ago, I
too.
mean sometime in the past 30 odd
was.
years.
There's some Dirty Dancing fans in here.
Really?
Apparently.
That's good. Good for Dirty Dancing.
That's good.
I don't know what else to say. I haven't really, not really watched dancing.
Dirty
movies
Dancing
much.
Havana Nights. They put Baby in the corner. They did. Patrick Swayze's best movie, in my
Donnie
opinion, is
Darko.
Donnie Darko.
Yes. Called it. I'm taking this
After that's
Vat
probably
Orange,
Ghost.
Vat Orange and Huntsy Yellow, and I'm going over the whole pumpkin. It's covering up the part that I painted white, and that's fine because I want it to have a little bit of yellow before I start putting more layers of white on it. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt your
Oh,
Patrick
please.
Swayze
Red Dawn
talk.
is... Red Dawn... Red Dawn, yeah, that... If,
I've seen the riff tracks
Red
with
Dawn.
Red Dawn.
Oh my.
I've seen that. I don't know if I watched it otherwise. There's a lot of
Yeah, Labyrinth without Bowie would be weird.
Oh, that'd be a travesty. I don't know how
Let's
they
not
do.
make
How would
that
they
then.
do the second one? Yeah, they can't do Labyrinth without David Bowie.
Donnie Darko was awesome. It was one of the best movies I've seen.
I like Donnie Darko.
It's in my top 10.
Hmm.
Love it.
Okay.
It made a lot of sense to me.
She's looking. You see the lovely pumpkin? His eyes now kind of look smudgy instead of looking white, and that's going to be fine because I want them to look like they're going to be glowing with fire later. And put some sort of dark background around her too, because I don't want her head and her wings to kind of disappear. I'm just going to take some blue and brown and mix them together and start outlining her a bit, so it looks like she's in the night.
I think they should do a spin on Toby becomes the Goblin King.
Okay.
Have you met Toby? I don't know if he's.
I've met Toby many times.
Yeah, he's actually involved in a lot of.
He in puppetry and things,
Yep.
and yeah,
And
he's a creative fellow.
and gosh, I can't think. Dark Crystal stuff, right?
Yeah.
Now. But I don't think he's in acting.
I don't think
maybe
he
they pick a
acts.
different,
He might
create a different Toby.
He might just do small things of it, or like have a different actor play Toby.
I didn't watch Samantha Darko. I avoided it because I didn't want it to taint anything.
I didn't see it either.
Were they Wolverines or was that in the Wildcats? Or the Wildcats in that movie? I think they were the Wolverines in Red Dawn.
I don't know. Everything is Wildcats.
We've watched Red Dawn twice with Riff
I
Tracks,
watched
right?
it with riff tracks.
I watched it when I was
That's different
young,
than watching it regular.
and I remember that was during when everyone was scared of potential nuclear war,
Ah, yes.
and
Well, they should
I
be.
think
They
it
should be
actually
all the
frightened
time.
people. But then you watch it now, and it's kind of funny,
Cheesy, yeah.
and it's like that wouldn't happen that way. What?
Well, where is it? What company, whatever, same thing. What country is invading the United States? I forget. And they are invading it through what, Texas or something? I don't remember. What state does that take place
I
in?
don't know, Montana.
Montana. It seems like it's somewhere kind of in the middle of the country, and it seems
It doesn't make
unlikely.
any sense.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's based on a book that made more sense.
There is
Doubt it.
a writer issue that Stephen King talks about.
Writer or writer?
Writer
Okay.
issue that Stephen King talks about how problems that were in old films could easily be solved with a cell phone.
Oh
now.
yes.
So it's more difficult to write things because people have cell phones.
It's like, oh, the murderer's in the house. Oh, I better call somebody.
Cell phone. Yeah.
Mm.
They did a Red Dawn remake. No, I don't think I didn't like the original
People
enough
need
to.
Ideas.
I don't know.
I don't know. These
The
things
Red
make my brain bleed.
Dawn
Yeah.
remake was good,
Mhm.
but without Patrick, it just didn't match up.
I bet not.
Hopefully, they added some, I don't know, flow to it, some logic. I don't know. Maybe they did.
Maybe. Doesn't sound like something they'd do. They probably added
Yeah,
a
that
bunch
was
of
not
digital
Jennifer Grey's
blowing up
greatest
stuff.
moment either. But I guess she's in that, right? Hey, and she's in Dirty Dancing also.
Maybe she was friends with Patrick Swayze.
We are not. We
Or
might have
was it?
Prince of. We might have canvas cuties of these.
When? Oh, maybe later. I don't
know. That's
Tiny
up to
Treasures, I
Jasmine.
pretty much I do so many of these. I can't keep up with all the paperwork involved with making prints. But I usually do an ACEO card of these. I
Okay,
crop
there
them
you go.
down, do a 2x5.
ACEOs.
And yeah, the little rectangle canvases that are 2.5 by 3.5 inches, I put those up on eBay and I make one of each and I do a little hand embellished canvas, and those are the next best thing if you don't get one of these. And I work on those sometimes here at Twitch, so you can always keep an eye out. I'll probably work on some when we get back from England. And if I do, maybe I'll do one of these. Because I make one of each painting. I only do one.
Got about 7 minutes till raffle.
Okay.
Then we're on for another hour after that.
Okay, I might run up and wash some of this paint off my hands and use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Be back in time for the raffle.
Lots more explosions in the Red Dawn movie.
Oh, I bet. And I bet they're all digitally done.
Probably.
Yeah.
They could have just, I don't know, forced Patrick Swayze's visage in there. They could maybe his character from Ghost could be there. Kinda. Had Whoopi Goldberg in it. So Whoopi Goldberg dancing with Demi Moore. Yeah, that was pretty weird. Roadhouse was fab, but they made a number 2 of that too. I think I saw that, and it was like with a different guy. Am I right? Yeah. Roadhouse was awesome. Yeah, kinda. It's kind of like Roadhouse was kind of like it's like a redneck Bruce Lee movie. Oh, Jim Henson's Storyteller is amazing. I love Jim Henson's Storyteller. Yes, I've seen all those. Also, they did a series with where they do like Greek myths, and that was really good. Storyteller's coming back to the big screen. The big screen. Roadhouse was a dude movie. There were dudes in it. Is Roadhouse the one that had the blonde girl in it that's also the lawyer in Curly Sue? Because I think it is. Very different characters. I kind of switched over to Curly Sue. Have you seen the episodes of Curious Creations of Christine McConnell? It just came out on Netflix, produced by Brian Henson. I have not. Is it good? I think half my brain is stuck in IMDb. Oh, was she gonna be in a Roadhouse thing? I don't know. I guess if any girl could pull it off, she could pull it off pretty easily. She's in a Twizzlers commercial. I don't know if that gives her any street cred. I don't know if Twizzlers give you street cred. Maybe. Maybe only, I don't know. Maybe only the licorice one. Yeah, I saw The Meg a long time ago, and I did the review like about a month ago. I don't know if she's in the... I have no idea. I don't know that stuff. WWE. Okay, I will remember that, Bewitchcraft. The artist Christine McConnell makes all kinds of spooky baked goods. She's an artist, a photographer, and a pinup model. But she bakes and does crafts, but it's made like a little show. That sounds funny. Okay. Yeah, this... I don't know Sabrina the Teenage Witch very well. I remember it was once a comic in the same universe as Archie. I wonder if since they're doing they did Riverdale in a different way, maybe Sabrina the Teenage Witch is in it the same way. Oh, thank you, El Hertz. I'm glad you like it. First season's only a few episodes long. Melissa Joan Hart is the only Sabrina. I didn't watch that. But I remember Clarissa Explains All that was on Nickelodeon. I didn't know either. Okay. I could not tell.
Okay. It's all over my mouth.
I'm not seeing post. Any advice?
Not seeing what?
I'm not sure if I was.
Were they looking for me when I was up in the bathroom?
No, they're not saying text. Refresh maybe.
Yeah, hit refresh maybe. Is the chat window open? Sometimes the thing that opens your chat window is off screen or at the bottom of your page, or if you're zoomed in on your phone, you don't see the chat button. If you're having technical problems, definitely look at the Twitch website because we are not tech people. We don't know why things work or not, but if you look at the Twitch website, they have a FAQ, they've got help, they've got clicky things, internet stuff, internet things.
The new Sabrina is based on the dark, more twisted Archie comics. It's not the lighthearted old Sabrina. That's what I thought. I thought it's like maybe the Riverdale.
I haven't seen that, but I did read some Archie comics when I was little.
TGIF. They're referring to the was that ABC TGIF? And that's what Sabrina was on, and like maybe Urkel. I don't know.
Don't know, I'm the wrong person.
Is that Urkel?
Green.
Jasmine's not a fan of Urkel.
I don't watch that show. I don't have to be a fan of it. I have no opinion of it.
We're about to get a
Ask
raffle.
me for reviews of television programs I have not watched that I think may be annoying, but I can't
did
tell.
not see Charmed at all, so the new Charmed would be all new to me.
Yeah, there you go.
And I didn't watch Buffy either. I saw Buffy the Vampire the movie when it came
I
out.
haven't seen that. Damn, need some more sap green. I'm gonna make the little stem on the pumpkin kind of match the lighter bits of her wings. I'm getting some more sap green because I want a green. I usually mix my own greens, but I like sap green. It's the only type of green I think I actually buy. Sometimes I have one tube of phthalo green. I have had it for probably 14 years, and I use that sometimes, but usually only to blend very small amounts with other.
All right, our
It'll
winner
dominate
is
the whole picture.
Super Hoot 007.
Super Hoot 007, and they have won a little batty, correct? Is that what the prize is? Yes, a little batty pin. There you are. Strangely UK exclusive. That means our final one will be about an hour from now, and that is the White Rose of York, the White Rose Fairy. And she is the one we're giving away in Yorkshire at Whitby next weekend, and somebody's going to get one early. Get one of mine. So you can show it off in the pin group if you get it. And I wonder how you got it early. Should tell them that you're waiting in line at Whitby right now.
You're funny, Jasmine.
Sorry.
Hey, people really like pins.
Yes.
I will say that much.
I like that people like pins. I like designing pins, so that works out well. When I get back home, I'll probably do some more of those auctions where I auction off on eBay the paintings that I do for the pin designs, the actual designs that I do for the production art. I've got a stack of those.
Wait a second. This was this Ricardo's son. They
Oh,
will be at Whitby.
Oh, they will be.
So a Whitby person got it.
Well, it isn't a Whitby pin. It's a UK.com one.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a UK
Yes.
one. Yay.
Yeah, it's not Whitby specific. Your little green friend.
Now people are excited about White Rose.
Woohoo! You know, if I was more clever, I would have made a tiny treasure of the painting for White Rose Fairy. That would be great. Because there isn't an actual painting that goes with the pin at all, but I could at least do a tiny treasure maybe.
Aw.
Because a lot of these, like this one here, isn't really based on a specific painting. It's just kind of a generalized Platonic ideal of one of my fairies holding a jack-o'-lantern. Go. But in the darker colors, I've got some blue and brown mixed in with the sap green. That was the one I was using earlier. And I'm kind of mixing it into the mud here, making kind of a khaki, dark, army green color. You know, like my new apron. Don't know if anybody noticed, but I got a new apron. First time I have worn this apron on Twitch, I think, isn't it?
Yes, and it has good pockets.
It has very good pockets in it. I just finally decided it was time for a new apron. My other one is very covered with paint. I had sewn the straps onto it multiple times and they came off, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna get $14 out and buy a new apron.
Good for you.
I know. Sometimes you just gotta treat yourself.
You gotta treat yourself.
Yeah. So I'm going in the darker areas with this kind of gray-green, sap-green mixture. I'm making the little stem on the pumpkin kind of S-shaped because it's kind of that way if you look at it in the pin. It's kind of a nice little twisty jack-o'-lantern pumpkin stem that's been chopped off. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, bye, Vixen. See you at Whitby.
Oh, bye-bye. right, we'll see you at Whitby.
And introduce yourself and tell me.
Yeah, tell
who
us. Yeah, if you see us in person,
and
tell us who you are, because I feel bad when it's somebody I've known forever and then they're up here all the time, and then we meet them and then we didn't know who they were, and I just
sometimes I'll think I'll know
signed?
2 different people, but it's really been the same person the whole time.
Yeah,
I never knew.
That's true. Yeah, there's a few things like that have happened, so you never know. Or find out I've been saying somebody's name wrong forever. That's awful.
Oh, I do that a lot.
Yeah. Well, sometimes when we only know them from the internet, we've only seen it written down. So
people tend not to correct.
Yeah,
Sometimes
I know.
It's just not worth it.
I don't know.
Oh, what do we got?
I don't know.
Thanks for joining Oddity Circus.
Yay, thank you. I'm going over a bit lighter. I've mixed in some Naples yellow with that, and I'm going over the little she's got little bat sort of wings, so these are where the little tendons and bones would be in her wings. Oh.
Kitten says they're excited the first time they'll be able to watch a full live episode. I said we have fireworks at the end. That's just...
We don't really. Not
Actually,
usually. Well, I don't know.
Didn't start yet. No.
No, I was gonna say you can hear the Disney fireworks from here, but not usually till far later in the evening. But I've got to stop in the next hour or whatever. I've got to do a bunch of other stuff.
Indeed.
I've been crazy lately.
Usually I always go off to pottery class. You learn about how to be Harry Potter.
Yeah. This one's got a bit more Naples yellow. It's drying pretty quickly as I do these layers on the green bit, so this is going pretty quick. More cartoonish too. It's less realistic. And if I do it wrong, you can't really tell because I'm kind of making it up. There we go.
Oh, Ren Girl has Harry Potter playing in the background. Which movie? Or are you listening to audiobook?
Or the soundtrack.
Something. I'm not gonna make firework sounds at the end.
I hope not.
Yeah.
You're gonna
like
do it right now. Yeah.
That was very poor sound effects there.
Yeah, these were not great. There we go. This is going nice. Once I've got this little green bit done, I'm gonna go ahead and start working more on the shading on the pumpkin. Get my hairdryer out right quick. Okay, more of that Hansa yellow medium. I make Hansa yellow light, Hansa yellow dark, and Hansa yellow medium. I get medium. I don't know if it's accurate, but I feel like it has a higher pigment load than the light one or the dark one, so and Goldilocks it. I'm taking some Hansa yellow, mixing it with white, just titanium white. Hansa yellow is not a super opaque paint. It's kind of in the middle as far as how transparent it is. So if I want it to really look like it's glowing, I mix it with some titanium white, and I'll go on top of a existing layer of titanium white or something mixed with titanium white. Because titanium white is a very, very, very opaque paint as far as acrylics go. That one and Titan Buff are pretty much my cover-up sort of paints.
Cool. So you can mix something with that, and it gives it some.
It will lend
thickness?
it the level of the opacity. It will end up mixing them just as it would mathematically with particles, but it would make it somewhere in between. It does make it less saturated. But what I'll do is sometimes I'll go in with, after I do this, I'll get a layer of pure Hansa yellow without any titanium white, and I'll go on top of that. And since that's kind of transparent, and then you're going to see the thicker layer under that, and then the really highly saturated layer under that, it's going to look like it's not three-dimensional, but that's the whole sort of jewel tone effect that I try to get with my acrylics. Which is hard to do with acrylics compared to something like oils, but that's okay. But I get to eat my paints and I don't die.
Don't eat your paints, Jasmine.
Don't eat my paints.
What?
Nothing.
So, people are talking about Harry Potter in the room. We, if you do get a chance, I would definitely recommend seeing the Cursed Child.
Oh yes, in London. They and it's going to be traveling, right? Too, like to. Is it going to travel to New York and stuff, or is it staying in London?
New York currently.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to travel.
Okay, well, it's in New York though, at least in London. I don't know which is
but
easier
if you get
to
a
get
chance,
into.
see it. It's fantastic.
Yeah, that's great. It's 2 parts.
Definitely meant for fans.
Yes, definitely for fans who know what's going on, and it's in 2 parts, and you don't have to book the 2 parts at the same time. Like if you saw one part of it one day and then watch the other part 2 months later, you could do that. But make sure you see them in order when you're booking it. Make sure you don't accidentally order the second half of the show if you haven't seen the first one. I booked them both on the same day, and then we went.
That was a great day,
and it was went to
yeah.
a
We had
Indian
time for
restaurant.
lunch and everything.
Yep.
Where did we end up eating this?
Saranava Bhavan.
Ah, that's an Indian restaurant.
Yes. It is an Indian chain that is in England and in India also. And I've been to 2 locations of it in India and then one in England, which is kind of weird. It's a lot more interesting than McDonald's, that's for sure. But it's right over by, kind of behind the National Portrait Gallery, right next to the Cass Art Store, the one that says, "Let's fill this town with artists."
Yes. I know that area well.
Yeah.
Great.
And the restaurant is called Saranava Bhavan, and it's very good.
I wouldn't mind going back there
sometime.
sometime.
It's not expensive, too.
No, it's reasonable.
I think it's
like
because it's a chain out of India. But it's in a highly touristed area of London. I don't know why it doesn't cost more. But it's very good.
Ren Girl loves Indian food, too. They can't wait for the Vegan Fest here in the village.
Oh,
because
fun.
they have the best Indian food there.
That sounds great.
Yeah, Jasmine and I like Indian food
I cook
quite
a
a
lot
bit.
of Indian food.
And I
went on a culinary tour of India once.
Yeah, we did. We went to India, and specifically
for vegetarian
the tour
food.
was for food, but of course you see everything else.
Yeah, of course.
And Indian food is often when you eat at an Indian restaurant, it is very much like the Indian food.
Throughout India, yeah.
Right, that you'd have in India.
A lot of places don't use quite as many spices, I think, as they do in India, but
very good.
It might be harder to get things fresh. I don't know. I have a hell of a time trying to find fresh curry leaves in America. I have to buy them online usually, and they're usually not as fresh when they come.
It'll be more. Jasmine won't be painting live at Whitby.
Oh no.
It will be more of a meet and greet.
Yeah. Well, I'll have a big shop full of stuff.
Yeah.
I'll have like
certainly.
booths of...
They said, or is it more of a meet and greet?
It's not. Meet and greets are when I just sign stuff at the podium. That
right. They'll be.
That is not like that. We have a booth. We're a vendor there. Paul at Strangely UK is a vendor there, so
a lot of products to buy.
Lots of products and art and merchandise, and I would be happy to sign things.
Try Thrifty Produce if you have one there. I don't know Thrifty Produce.
I don't know Thrifty Produce, you'd have to tell Matt. I don't really get to.
I don't know from
go
groceries.
Places or leave the house. So yeah.
Paul has a ton of stuff. He has neat products.
Yeah, he
has products that we just don't see
sometimes has
here.
things that we don't get in the States, which is kind of neat. And then he imports a lot of things from the United States and from other countries to the UK for selling there. So he'll have stuff that, the things that we bring, we literally have to bring in a suitcase from Florida. So we are limited into things like, it would be hard for me to bring an easel on the airplane, and I have an easel, etc., but that's all in London, which is very far from Whitby. It's in the same country, but New York is in the same country as Los Angeles, and they're very far apart. And Whitby is very far from London as far as England goes.
Vaznan wants to know if we can buy curry leaves in the UK and take them back.
No, you're not allowed to take back any sort of fresh fruits or vegetables into the United States through border customs.
There you go.
You can't take leaves or snails or a lot of things. You can if you go through customs and you figure out all the certifications you need, but that's... No, I'm not going to do that. I've accidentally brought back acorns before. Not really the same, but
No.
probably illegal. Because seeds, you can't bring seeds back
Right.
into the United States once you've left it.
I guess they would just take them away.
Yeah, they'll just seize them. I don't think you'd get in trouble. Maybe if you're trying to bring lots of them. I don't know.
Yeah, curry leaves are great. Jasmine makes some really good Indian food.
I do. I do indeed.
And it makes the whole house smell really good.
It does.
Made some really good cabbage soup recently, too.
I did.
It's the season.
I ate the heck out of cabbages.
Oh, it's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Love that stuff. That pumpkin is looking awesome. Or
Thank you.
jack-o'-lantern, rather.
Yeah. Well, jack-o'-lanterns have pumpkins, but not all pumpkins are jack-o'-lanterns.
Very true.
A lot more yellow. So I took some brown and I mixed it in with that orange mixture. And now I'm mixing in some yellow, and I'm kind of making the little bumps, the ridges that you see on a pumpkin. I'd kind of drawn them in before, but obviously I painted over that when I made it all orange. But I'm still kind of using it as a guideline. I can see it just slightly through. It's going to be more yellow as it gets towards the front because the glow is going to be kind of back reflecting onto it. Oh, yes, he's looking nice and ribbed here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make him look more three-dimensional.
I like a nice pumpkin soup.
I do too. I made some right before we went to California. I had tomato pumpkin soup. That was good.
I like pumpkin curry.
I like pumpkin curry also.
Maybe we'll find some in Whitby. Who knows?
Well, maybe so. We might in London.
There is that one Indian restaurant in Whitby.
Yes.
That was a lot of fun.
That was pretty good, yeah. And the train station has a Thai restaurant in it.
Yeah, that was great too.
Yeah, it's a good Thai restaurant.
Yeah, I remember we were there maybe 2 years ago at the Thai restaurant, and there was that. Remember that couple, and it was their first date.
Oh,
and they were
yeah.
chatting. It was cute.
Yeah.
Not that I was eavesdropping. They were just sitting right next to us, and they were kind of. Oh, that's a funny little place to meet on your first date. Yeah, Thai can get spicy too.
I like spicy Thai food.
I like spicy Thai food. I like the coconut usage in Thai
Yeah,
food.
I like coconut a lot, so I like it when it's in Indian food or Thai food. Yeah. There, you can. I'm showing up close here. The paint's a little wet, but you can see how he's starting to look more three-dimensional because parts in the back are kind of shaded in orange, and the parts in the front are getting more yellow. I'm going to do a couple more quick layers like that, but I'm going to get my hairdryer out first. Sorry. So like this. Let's see. That's dry. Some more yellow in there.
.618 or 81 viewers.
Oh, fantastic. We got more people than I would have thought today.
Yeah, it's nice everyone come to see us.
Yeah,
we know
thank
it's been a
you.
while, guys. Sorry.
It has
we
been a
traveled
while,
quite
and I
bit.
feel bad we're leaving for so long now because we just got here, but That's how it goes. But we'll do a couple here in November.
Maybe we'll take a year off sometime. I don't know.
So.
We miss you when you're not here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They live in Florida.
You. Oh, yes, I see.
So we can stay. We'll stay a year for you, Ren Girl.
Yeah.
Nice way to end a Sunday.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm gonna put a bit of white in there too. Now I'm not really going through on the back bit at all.
How did you do
I'm
that?
only
That was really
doing
cool.
this. Thank you. You can watch the video.
I am watching.
Oh.
I'm still confused by
Just
it.
deciding where to put the little spots of paint.
You're just
That's
good
the
at
hard
that.
part.
You've done it like
I've been
a
doing
million
it a
times.
long time.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's necessarily been good at something. It's doing it a lot and doing it with dedicated practice.
Cool.
Yep.
UK clocks go back next Saturday night, so
Oh,
you're
shoot.
even longer.
Okay, while we're in Whitby.
Yeah.
So in between Saturday and Sunday, the clocks go back.
Well,
okay, let's see if we can remember that. People will tell
that's
us.
happened to us so many times.
Yeah, I was gonna say that happened in Glastonbury, and then we always come back to the States, and then we'd have to do it again because ours is like a week or two later.
I'm all confused by it.
Yeah. Like, how many times am I gonna change my clock this month? Still on Pacific time in my head too, so it's gonna be even more confusing.
Hi, Christy. Thanks for joining us.
Christy.
It's her first time.
Oh, welcome. Eating a pumpkin.
Sunday is better than weekdays because of work.
Ah, yeah. For some of us.
Your phone should fix itself.
I agree.
Yeah,
I'm that
me
thing.
too.
Why am I taking it to the AT&T store?
Ugh.
Fix yourself phone.
Fix yourself. Go fix it your own self.
Yeah. I hate phones. I'm sorry.
I'm glad you're not doing Twitch next week because it means I get to meet you next weekend. Yay.
Oh yes, see, that's why I go out of the house sometimes, is to see people.
Oh, I mean for time.
Oh.
That Nintendo guy said your phone should fix itself. I mean. For
Oh,
time.
I see. Gotcha. I just thought in general. It's like, yes,
Like,
no
"Ah,
more of
stupid
this
phone. I wish it just
genius
fixed
bar
itself."
tyranny. Yeah.
Throw it out the window. Go fix yourself. November 4th for us in the States.
Yes.
Ooh, that's confusing.
Oh
Yeah,
wait, that's the day we do Twitch.
It'll make sense that day, kind of.
Oh, it won't. We'll be all
What is it? Fall
bugaboo
forward,
from.
spring back. What is it?
I forget. It's something. It's one of them.
No Hunger Games at the show.
Pardon?
Okay.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Scared.
Does that mean that I won't have food there?
I don't know.
No,
I think we should put clocks back half an hour and never do it again, says Nigel.
I could go for that. It's confused me too many times.
Spring
It's
forward,
all-
fall back.
Spring forward, fall back. That sounds more believable.
Kick forward. Break dance.
No.
Better.
No break dancing.
Now everyone's saying it.
What's it?
Now fall forward and spring back right.
No.
I don't want to do either one of those things. I don't want to fall back or spring forward. What am I, Waluigi?
Yeah. Yes, Sandy, you're Waluigi.
I'm not Waluigi. I'm not Wario, but I'm more Wario than I am Waluigi.
Yeah, you are. Well, I agree on that.
Oh, whenever you have Wario in a fighting game, he bites. Ah! It's like one of his moves. His mouth is like a giant bear trap. I mean, it is pretty funny though. Ah. Jasmine and I used to play Super Smash Brothers. Jasmine always liked to be Pikachu,
Yeah.
and I always liked to be Donkey Kong or
Man.
Captain Falcon.
I haven't played video games for so long.
None of our video games work.
We
I,
have,
like,
a
got
couple,
old and
we have a
broke.
couple of refurbished Wiis that work that are at various places.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we do.
I
we
could
do
play
have.
some old
We
school
could
stuff.
totally play video games if we wanted, but it's just hard to find time because this is my time off is doing this. So and this isn't even really time off. I don't know why I counted as time off, but whatever. It's because I'm talking while I'm working. I'm taking some of that matte orange and I am outlining some of the areas where the fire is poking through, where his pinholes are cut out. You know, eyes and mouth. He doesn't have a nose. That's okay.
Waluigi doesn't even want to be Waluigi.
Oh.
He's like, yeah, where am I, Waluigi?
Yeah.
Interest playing World of Warcraft right now. Like while you're chatting with us?
That's interesting.
Everybody's life is different than mine.
Yes.
I don't understand. Everybody's does stuff all the time.
Yeah.
So weird. I love the Nintendo Switch. I do too, and I've never even touched one. I know I love it.
I think the only video game I play is Twitch.
Yeah, she has 2 screens. Oh,
wow.
You. The only video game I'm good at would be Tetris. Tetris is a good thing to be good at.
I played Tetris. It's good for spatial relationships in your head.
Ian suggested everyone do a Hunger-style battle for a Whitby pin trade.
Oh, I see. That's what you're talking about. That's yeah, sure, go
and
for it.
Phantom Fairy is playing Assassin's Creed right now.
Wow. Well, to be fair, Twitch is kind of a video game website.
Very true.
It's kind of weird that I'm here.
Enjoy your video games as you listen to us.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's people. A lot of people here are going to be people who like to play video games. And
if I could paint like you, I'd rather paint.
Aw.
Night wishes.
Thank you. I think.
I've played Mario Kart. I'm always last.
Aw.
Who cares? You got to play some Mario Kart. That's fun. I love Mario Kart. I love Mario Kart and Super Smash Brothers on every platform I've played them on. They're always fun. Those are good games with funny characters. I like those guys.
There you go.
And I also like Mario Party games.
Yeah.
Those are fun, Jasmine.
Yeah, I've played those a lot with the kids. Our nephew and niece. Let's make some of the yellow from his mouth. Let's see what it's looking like now. I'm gonna make it look like it's kind of reflecting up onto the stem a bit because the stem is a 3-dimensional object too. I'll put a little bit of orangish yellow there. And we'll make it look like that part of the stem's poking out a bit more, like a little bit of underlighting here. Maybe a little bit around the roots.
Luigi has a part 2 or Luigi's Mansion 2?
Oh.
I only know the first one.
I remember playing that first
I played that one and beat it.
Yeah.
That was like the first game I had on the Wii. Wasn't it? Didn't mine come with Luigi's Mansion?
Did. I remember.
Or not the Wii, the GameCube.
The GameCube. Yeah.
Sorry, the GameCube. Super Smash for the Switch comes out December 7th. That's cool. Does Theo have a Switch?
Oh, maybe.
He's our nephew.
Our nephew, my brother-in-law fixes video games and stuff, so they have like hundreds of consoles of all different types at their house. Looks like an arcade. It's crazy.
Yeah, he has a bunch of arcade games.
Yeah.
It's a good guy to know if you want a bunch of arcade games.
Yes. Yes, indeed. See.
I remember I used to, when I was a little kid, I thought that's what I was going to do. Fill my house full of trampolines and arcade games and only eat ice cream and cereal.
Nope. Take pictures all the time and put them in boxes. Now, let's see. She has dark hair. She's got kind of black hair, really. In the pin, it's black enamel, and she has little bits of, looks like autumn leaves in her hair. So I'm going to start painting her hair dark. That's part of the reason I didn't use black for the background. I just had a mixture of Payne's Gray and I think Van Dyke Brown, and that makes kind of it looks like black, but it's not black. So when I use some darker colors like purple and make the black for her hair, that will stand out in front of it, so it won't turn into the background and blur too much. So now that I'm doing her hair, I'm going to take some Daxazine Purple, a bit of Payne's Gray, and some Van Dyke Brown, and that will be a slightly darker black mix than the current background. And then when I put some leaves in there, that will make it look more like hair instead of like a big black shape the way it is in the pen. More like my hair, less like my hair. There you go, friend.
Christy, these will be featured at Whitby.
Whitby Goth Weekend, England next weekend. Yep. These are just
thanks,
two
Mimi.
little
She gave us
paintings.
300 bits.
Oh, thank you very much.
When is the White Rose drawing? In about a half hour.
Yep. It'll be, yeah, about a half hour from now. It'll be 7 o'clock our time.
Yes. I don't know why tic-tac-toe is called that. I think it's because there's 3. Tic-tac-toe. And then you won. I don't know.
I don't know why it's called that either. I've never thought about it. Surprised.
And why are tic-tacs called tic-tacs? The little mints?
No.
Put your toe next to it, it'd be tic-tac-toe.
I bet people have.
And they're very clever for that.
Sure. A bunch of water came off my brush. Tap that off. It'll be pretty much solid black from now, and then I'll be adding some highlights shortly thereafter. And also, I want the pumpkin to kind of reflect up in her, so I'll be putting some orange-yellow highlights in her eyes, probably on the underside of her nose, and parts of her hair.
Goody.
She is. Very much a little friend.
Yeah, I would totally mess that up. I'd go right on her face accidentally.
Oh, no. There we go. Her wings on the pin are the same enamel as her hair, but in the painting I'm not, stuck with only 7 types of enamel or whatever, so I'll probably make them more of a gray-brown, like an actual bat wing. Bats really aren't all that black if you look at them.
Ooh, I'm hoping to see some bats at Whitby.
Oh, we might do. They have got caves.
Every time I've been there, we have
along the ocean there, and we've seen bats going in there.
We've only been there twice, right?
No, we've been there more than that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. 3 times then.
It's 4.
Really?
We can look this up later, Matt. You can look in the art folder right now if you care.
Oh, that's
okay.
I think it.
You can look it up now, or you can look it up later.
Look it up later.
Okay.
Anyway, we've seen bats there each time I've been there. Pretty sure. Seems like we're always seeing bats.
Yeah.
It is really cool.
Yes.
It is very Dracula-y.
Mm-hmm. They have lots of Dracula stuff in Whitby. Of course, because of the original book, Dracula.
Oh, Ian says he gets lots of bats around his house.
Oh, that's nice. We see them periodically around ours here in Florida. Usually around twilight, we see them fluttering around a bit if we walk outside.
Mm-hmm. I love bats. They're cute.
I do too.
Aloru asks, when you paint, do you always start with her face before anything else?
No. Depends on the painting. These are very small paintings, so they're pretty much, they're focusing on the face. When they're little square paintings like this one here, it's almost all face and a little bit of shoulder. So that's basically what's in here. With this one, I think when I was drawing, I kind of sketched out the pumpkin first because I wanted to make sure I could fit a decent amount of his face on there and also have a decent amount of the fairy's face on there too. So I kind of put the pumpkin in first, and then I was like, I can make it kind of hiding behind the pumpkin if I want her face bigger, but I was like, I'll make it about that size and just sketched it there. But again, it's pretty much based off the pin design I used for her, so. There you go. I want to make some spaces where the little leaves are going to go in her hair. I'm gonna make kind of an orange-brown color. And then I'll make some of the leaves maybe a little bit red tinted like maple leaves, or a bit orange tinted the way that some oak leaves got.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Mimi says, I know it's not painting, but I try to color as much as I can. I want Jasmine to know that I learned a lot about texture and shading by watching her on Twitch.
Oh, thank you. Hey, that makes me happy to hear. Now, we've got a handful of people here who are part of my coloring book groups on Facebook.
Oh, yeah.
And my Patreon. Yes, we have lots of coloring pages at Patreon. And for those who somebody was asking earlier on the Facebook group, if you do sign up at Patreon for the coloring tier, you can get all the old coloring pages too. All the ones that we've done so far. So you can immediately download the grayscale too. That would be like 50 pages or something for $5, which is really cool because those pictures are not available anywhere except for Patreon. They are not in the magazines or the coloring books or anything. Those pictures are only at Patreon.
Makes it special.
Makes them special, and you can print them out on whatever sort of paper you like. We do have a new coloring book, like actual book that's in stores and stuff, coming out. I don't know yet when, but it is coming out by Blue Angel, my usual coloring book publishers, are going to have my Alice in Wonderland coloring book. I'm guessing probably either late this year or early next year. I don't know. I just go to blueangelonline.com and I hit refresh and I look at the new releases coloring book section and I see when it pops up, and that's how I will find out, and that's how you can find out. I know people like to ask me a lot about it, but that's basically what I do.
Aylin uses cardstock to print out your coloring pages.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, you can put them out on watercolor paper if you want to paint in watercolors, or you can put it on a canvas if you've got a canvas printer, and you can color it that way.
Very cool.
Yeah. Got some little pointy leaves.
Bob got one at Barnes & Noble. We saw one, but Barnes & Noble here
Barnes
in the
Noble's
US.
got them here now, yeah. Neat. Now these look very light colored, these little leaves I'm kind of painting in her hair. They're going to be shadowed in and look more like realistic leaves after a little while. But I'm just kind of marking out the spaces that aren't going to be hair, aren't going to be wings, but what are going to be leaves. So I'll have a lighter area to paint on top of. I won't be painting on top of that kind of solid black color. So
I like that.
yeah. Now before I work more on the leaves, I want that's pretty thick, so I want that to dry. Anything that's got lighter colors, in my experience, tends to take longer to dry. I don't know if I'm just making that up in my head or not, but it seems to take longer to dry. I don't know if it's the pigments or what. And darker colors tend to dry quicker. More tasty. But I'm going to make kind of a dark grayish brown and use that as the wing color in between the little parts that have the little green bone tendon areas. More water. Paintbrush is getting scrunchy. Bit of magenta, bit of yellow, some Naples yellow. Naples yellow is another one I sometimes use when I need some sort of opacity and I don't want to change the hue too much. Like if it along with Titan Buff and Titanium White are the most opaque ones. So if I want to mix that with a really transparent color like the quinacridone nickel azo gold, that will make it kind of a thick creamy color that's kind of the same hue as the nickel azo gold, but it'll have the opacity that the Naples yellow has.
Hey, Jasmine.
Yeah.
Ian wanted to remind us that his wife Kelly Sarah is starting to fall asleep.
Oh.
So now is a good time to remind us that when we see her at Whitby, she'll pretty much believe anything we tell her.
Ah, yes.
We get to have fun with that.
Yeah, sounds good. We'll tell her all sorts of crazy things happened.
I'm actually a vampire.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like quite a few people here in the room are going to Whitby. That's nice.
Yeah, it should be a fun show.
Yeah, a lot of you guys will probably know each other and might not know it.
And please don't go away without, if you watch us on Twitch and stuff, please don't go away without telling us.
Yeah.
It's always nice to hear. Because sometimes people will go away and they say, we saw you, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I would have, it would have been neat to have that connection there.
Yeah, that's okay. Some people are shy.
If you're shy, that's different.
That's fine.
Totally up to you.
You don't
Be shy
have
all
to
you
tell
want.
us who you are.
How long does it take you to do the bigger paintings?
Oh, it depends on the painting. I've spent up to 13 months on one painting a couple of times, but usually working a few days a week on it. Most of the paintings I work on tend to be about 15 by 20. I'd say is probably my standard size, which I always think is kind of big if I do one that's like 20 by 48 or something. And then I have artist friends who do these big giant ones all the time. And I'm like, oh, okay, I don't paint big, but my biggest ones tend to be maybe 20 by 30, 26 by 36, 24 by 36. Those ones, I'd have to look at it in hours. Sometimes I'm working between 4 or 5 different studios and I don't travel with all my artwork if it's still in progress. So probably a big painting, I don't know. I know I've got some I've put over 1,000 hours into. But for like a standard size painting, like a 12 by 16 one, I probably put about 60 hours in. And I paint a lot. I paint most of the day. Unless I'm traveling for a show, I don't take days off. So it adds up.
Certainly does.
But I didn't keep logs of, I don't really keep logs of the hours, but I can figure out seeing how much I worked each day and add up the days. Except when it's something that I've been working on, for example, like for a year, I don't remember how many hours I put into it.
Well, it's not like you hit a button.
That's a lot. No, but like with Dress of Sinners, Dress of Saints, I'd work a couple days, like 3 days a week, and I did it over the course of 12, 13 months, and I can kind of figure it out that way. But that was a particularly large and particularly complicated painting. I don't know how many figures are in that, probably over 100. I haven't put that up on my website yet. That's one that I'm going to do the big masterpiece canvases with our new printer. So I haven't gotten, since we haven't set up our new printer yet, I have not yet released the prints for Dress of Sinners, Dress of Saints. But if you were in California at my Magical Thinking show at the Corey Helford Gallery earlier this July, you would have seen it there. That was the really big one with the 2 girls in the different dresses and all the little medieval devils and altar pieces and all that. It's one of my favorite paintings I've done.
Do you go through withdrawal or anxiety when you're not painting?
Yep. Very much so.
I'm not sure what you missed, Shaylee. When
see.
did you leave the room?
Or did she just get here? No, she was
She
here
goes,
earlier.
hey again, guys, what did I miss? I'm not. She's been in and out.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Painting. Let's see. Here's how they're looking. Here's my little. This one's getting closer. Little jack-o'-lantern fairy here. A few people won prizes, but it wasn't you, Shaylee. Sorry. And my little zombie girl's coming out nicely. All right. What was I doing? Oh yes, I'm taking a bit of orange, mixing it with the grayish black wing color, and kind of using it to do a little outline along the bottom of the wings so they don't start turning into her hair in the background. When you've got so many dark neutral colors next to each other, and it's also kind of in the dark, it is easy for them to muddy up and start mixing into each other, and the eye kind of loses interest in it. So I'm adding some orange at the bottom of her wings to kind of provide some visual interest to the larger flat areas. So it doesn't look like she's just a sticker on a background.
Yeah, that zombie girl's really cool.
Yeah. Little friend.
These are going to Whitby.
Yes.
Life Freedom.
Yes, these are going to the Whitby Goth Weekend. Next weekend in Whitby, North Yorkshire, England. And I will be there. And Matt will be there. And these things will be here.
Yeah, and you guys will see them in person. If,
yeah.
Unless we sell them
somebody buys them right away.
And you're not there.
Sorry. Yes, that's looking lovely.
Also, have some of that gin and you'll be fine. I can't. Sweet again.
She's being a honey cat today, isn't she? Oh,
being like a nice little bear.
She's like a little baby bear. Bit of a scary big bear.
I'm just more like a werewolf.
Yeah, she's a lot like a werewolf as far as cats go.
Well, you got your own things going on in Australia. They said that's the downside of living in Australia. They miss everything.
Oh, they have lots of stuff in Australia.
Yeah.
Or you can travel. It's very difficult to, for me to get to Australia because I have to bring everything with me somehow. And that's always, when people ask me to do shows, it's always a question of how does the stuff get there? And that is hard sometimes.
That would be really, really hard.
Often it costs more to ship something than it does to when I sell it. So I often have to do things, shows that are far away I usually do at a bit of a loss, even if I sell everything sometimes, which is kind of depressing, but that's how I get to meet people and people find out about my artwork.
Yeah, it's definitely, and it's good to good to meet people and go to shows, and then we meet other artists, things like that. It's great.
So I put a little bit more light under the little bony undersides of her wings too. And it will look like the pumpkin's uplighting that a bit. I'll start adding a little bit on her eyes too. And the little pin, again, here's a little pin. Her eyes are very simple. There's like a circle, and then there is the sclera, the white part of her eye, and then there is a glow-in-the-dark circle, and then she's got a black pupil circle. She doesn't really have any reflections or anything, but this is the painting. I can put a lot more detail into it. It's a lot larger. So I'm going to start adding some little reflections in her eyes that would look like if you were holding a lit up pumpkin next to you. So I'm going to make these reflections. I'm making a similar warm yellow orange tone. I'm taking white, vat orange, a little bit of quinacridone, magenta, and Hansa yellow medium, and mixing them together.
About 15 minutes and we'll have that raffle.
Woohoo! And that will be for the rare White Rose of York. My White Rose Fairy is the name of her. And she will be the one that the people who are coming to Whitby will be getting for free next weekend. But somebody's getting one now. But you
would purchase.
Yeah, although we're actually going to be mailing these after we get back home, so you won't be the first one to get one. But you theoretically will be the first person to own one. It will just be here with our cats in Florida.
So Ricardo wants us to do a show in France.
Okay, hook us up. That'd be great. I love France.
I don't speak the language, unfortunately.
I don't either. I can read it and somewhat, and I can write it a little, and I can say a few things, but
maybe come to the other side of England. Would be so grateful. Where is the other side of England, Avazna?
We do lots of stuff in England. So we're going to be in Tintagel down in Cornwall in May. We're going to be in Bath in the autumn, and also in the autumn of next year we're going to be in Glastonbury. So we go a lot around in the UK. Also, you can get from one place in the UK to most any other place almost in one day. As opposed to the United States where it takes many days of driving.
Cumbria, near the Scottish border.
Whitby is very close, isn't far. That's as close as I'm probably going to get anytime soon. So we're not that far from you, really. I mean,
we live in a big crazy.
I was going to say, I just traveled 3,800 miles from California to Florida here, and just
we're traveling across the sea. It's difficult to get to where everybody wants us to be.
Yeah.
We'll often get emails where
oh my gosh,
somebody's like, "Why don't you come to my town?" And it's like in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, or somebody will. I'll do a show here in Disney World, and people are like, "Why don't you do one in Winter Park?" And I'm like, "It's a 30-minute drive. Just come down here." Jesus. It's not far. It's easy. It'd be easier if I called you an Uber than if I were to try to set up a whole other show somewhere.
True.
It really would. Do that for 75 people. It'd be easier than trying to set up a show somewhere where I don't have a gallery or a house or anything. There we go, little friend. She's gonna have very nice.
You're about 4 hours away driving. Ooh. Okay, I'm trying.
That's not bad.
I'm trying my best to get there. You can't please everyone, but you sure do try.
Yeah. First, yeah, driving from here to California, what's that, like 4 days?
Oh, yeah.
And then back, just for driving, yeah.
Yeah, it's hopefully it'd be, if you do the drive, hopefully it's nice and pretty and pleasant.
It should be a pretty drive, no matter where you're coming from, really. Whitby's kind of on the corner of 3 different national parks that all kind of overlap each other. We've got the Dales and the Moors and such.
We would love for you to stop by Kennesaw, Georgia on your way to Kansas.
I don't know. Probably wouldn't. We usually try to drive almost straight. We go back and forth a lot to Kansas, and you can do it in one straight shot. And you know, we've got all our cats in the car and boxes and boxes of artwork that's been Tetrised.
Yeah, when we're driving to Kansas,
printers, it's never a fun time. It's always a hassle of moving horrible boxes and cats. But yeah, it's not a traveling art show. No.
Drive.
No. But you're not too far from. If you're in Georgia, we do a show in Georgia every year. We do Dragon Con in Atlanta.
Tammy says, "Yep, straight shot driving, full load."
Yep.
Who knows?
Yep. It's 20 hours basically to drive from our place here in Florida to our place in Kansas if you don't stop for gas, but you have to stop for gas.
Certainly do. But we can't meet up with people at gas stations.
No, it gets weird. People, we're not gonna meet you at a rest area or
My
anything.
parents live in Florida. How often are you at Disney there? About once a month.
I do, yeah, I do a lot of
Roughly.
stuff. I live here. I theoretically live in Florida. I'm here sometimes. I do about once a month, twice a month in Florida. I do a show, and coming up in January and February, I'll probably be doing like 8 shows because I'll be doing the Epcot International Festival of the Arts, and that goes for 2 months. So I'm usually there once a week or so for that. So they are in luck. If they are at Disney in January or February, they'll probably be able to catch me. Once I know the dates, I always put them up on my website, and I always put them up on my events page on Facebook. So if you click the little subscribe thingy on my event page on Facebook, you'll get an alert when I've added new event dates. I tell you as soon as I know. Most of the time, Disney tells me a couple months ahead of time. So if you tell me, hey, are you going to be there in next November, I won't know because I haven't got a
Bosman's
schedule.
met us before at Disney Springs.
Excellent.
She's the one that's 4 hours away.
Oh, wow.
When we were over there, and you're just as lovely in real life.
Aw. There was somebody was posting that they missed us because they had to cut off the line because it got too crazy at Disney World here. They were visiting from the UK, but they are coming to Whitby, so we will see them there. All the cool people now. I'm putting some lighter accents on the lower part of her iris here and making her eyes kind of look glimmery. They look pretty. I need to work on her hair and the leaves a bit, but it's really coming along. This piece is getting close to being finished. This one's a bit further out, but there isn't a lot of detail to be. Her hair is gonna just kind of disappear into the background, and it's not gonna be too complicated. Maybe throw in something gross. I don't know. We'll see.
You're a painting machine, says Saturn Mom.
Yes, I am. That is what I do.
Nintendo guy, last trip back to Florida, I had to Spotify play Disney music to keep me awake so I would sing along. Oh, SB
thank
Reynolds
you,
subscribed
somebody.
for 5 months in a row. Thank
you very, very much. Oh, she's so cute. It's probably hard to tell. Got so many lights here. But she's super, super cute. Oh, little honey.
I think she's adorable.
I'm gonna work a little bit on adding some lighter pieces in her hair. I'm going to make them kind of warm, even if she's got like black hair like mine that's almost blue-black. It's going to look warmer because she has a warm light source. So the highlights that are going to be reflecting from the pumpkin are going to be kind of yellow, browny, reddy, as opposed to blue-blacky. If it was a larger painting, you can see the rest of like the back of her head, and there was a moon behind her. Maybe the back part of her head would look kind of blue, and the front part would look kind of yellow, orange, and that's when you get a lot of really dynamic sort of color play that I like. But not in this little painting. Maybe someday I'll do her as a big full-size painting. You never know. Sometimes I'll paint a character in a little painting like this, and I'll really like her, and I'll end up doing a big fancy painting of her, and maybe they'll make statues of it or something, and that's cool. But sometimes I just do a little painting for a show, and it's just a little one-off, and that's fine too.
I like her.
I already got a pin. So I'm going to make some of these little reflected lights a little bit more accented and obvious. That will give the illusion of more detail than I'm actually painting in her hair. A lot of painting hair is like that. You kind of paint a large amorphous shape and then put a few little highlights and lowlights in there, and that will give the illusion of many tiny strands of hair. When you have a very directed light source like the jack-o'-lantern here, it will be even more so.
6:55, 88 viewers.
Right. Thank you, everybody. And you can mark your calendars now. Again, we'll be back at 3 o'clock Eastern Time on November 4th. So Sunday, November 4th will be the next time we're here. And it's right when we get back from England. So
basically, our vacation is a Twitch sandwich.
Yeah, it is a Twitch
vacation.
Sandwich.
Our workcation. I don't know.
It's not a vacation. It's a work vacation. Yeah, we will be working and doing business stuff and doing Whitby Goth Weekend. So it's not really a vacation, but that's okay.
The fans at Whitby have always been great.
Everybody's really, really nice at Whitby. Not saying fans aren't great everywhere, but people in Whitby are very nice.
They are. Remember the 4th of November?
Yes. See, we won't be in that means we won't be in England for Guy Fawkes, will we?
No. But we have been. It's kind of neat.
Yeah, it is. Lots of burning effigies, and that's always awesome. And fireworks, right?
Type exclamation raffle. There you go. Perfect.
Yep, exclamation point raffle. You just make it all one big giant word. No spaces. I'm gonna make this look more like a pointy leaf.
I thought it was the 5th of November. It
is. He's saying this because Twitch is 4th of November. So it'll be the day before Guy Fawkes. And I was just saying that means we must be here because we will be here for Twitch. So the next day we will still be here. Unless we have to go somewhere. I don't have my calendar with me. I don't think so.
Can I burn an effigy in the front yard?
Not in the front yard. It's a celebration, Maddie.
Hey, actually, no, we'll probably be too. You know, I might be able to make a little guy.
Yeah.
A tiny Guy Fawkes.
Yeah. Sure.
But not Fox, my nephew.
No, a different fox. Spelled very differently. Aw, she's cute and making her little lip a little bit orange from the pumpkin. There you go, little friend.
Oh, Elixir says, yippee, thanks Matt. Love Jasmine's painting since wife and I bought her first bell at Epcot.
Oh, wow.
Arts Festival.
Yeah.
Cool. That's what we were just talking about.
Yeah, we're going to be back again this January and February.
Aw, Ian says our cats love the 5th of November. They sit on the windows and watch all the fireworks.
Yeah.
That's cool. Kitties are cute in windows.
Yeah, our cats love our windows, especially here in Florida. They like them because they can See a lot of wildlife out the window.
In Kansas City, we had to put little props up so they can look out better.
Yeah, because the windows are
And the
higher
sills
and
are
the sills are
basically
off.
non-existent.
Yeah. In Florida, this house in Florida, we have really big
Ledges,
windowsills.
basically.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
you
like
could
this
line up
thing
books
that
on these things.
my horrible giant coffee mug sits on, or iced tea bucket or whatever it is. That
Plenty
is
room for a
actually a
cat.
windowsill there, so it's like that wide. It's not a window seat, but.
PM asked, would Disney ever bring Cinderella out of retirement?
Cinderella is going to be. I have a new Cinderella featuring the same basic character that was in my first Cinderella piece I did for Disney. That was Cinderella's transformation. Is now a new painting I did that's going to be released at Epcot. And it'll be at the galleries and all that too. And that will be in January. And she is called Cinderella Leaving the Ball. And I don't know if they'd ever bring back, like the first one I did way back when. I mean, they retired that 8 years ago? I don't know, long time ago. But I don't know if they would bring it back. You could ask Disney. I don't know if they'd tell you. They might. I think they would rather just have me do new paintings and switch them out, which is what they do now. They usually keep maybe, I don't know, 8 or 10 of my paintings in stock at any time, and then they'll retire one when I come out with a new one, and that keeps it fresh. Every time people visit, there'll be something else. And they have to leave room for the other artists too, so, you know, they can't keep them all there forever. Might be able to find one on eBay, but that's a hard one to find. It's from a while back.
Somebody in the room said, everyone have gun and be safe at Whitby.
Yes. America. I assume they mean fun.
The winner is Monocot CPC.
Oh, Monocot CPC.
Yep.
Not a die cut, a monocot. They have it's a rose too. No, the white rose fairy that will be given away at Whitby. When we get back from Whitby, because we have to go to England now, we can't mail everything to everybody. We will be sending out the prizes. So if you won, make sure you email us at jasminetoad@aol.com. Matt's posting this information in the chat room area also. And email us your name, tell us that you won, and because we don't know what your name is, we just see your user ID. We can't really contact you. We don't know your email address. We don't know where to mail your stuff. So
I'm trying to get Moobot's not posting it.
Oh no.
I promise that's who won.
Okay, well, did you write it down so they can see it?
Yeah, they saw it in the room too.
Oh, they won? They know they won?
Yeah, they saw
The person who won did?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic.
But I'll still put my little message in there.
Okay, please do. Yay. Well, congratulations. You're the first person to own one of those other than me, but again, we will not physically mail it until we get back from England sometime after November the 4th. And you will also see us on Twitch that day because that is our next broadcasting day. It'll be 3 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday, November the 4th, which is noon Pacific Time. That means it is 20 o'clock, I think, in England because it is daylight savings. Wait, their daylight savings time would have happened by then, but ours doesn't start until the 4th, right?
I think that's correct.
Okay. So would it be 5 hours off still?
I don't know. It's confusing.
Because ours daylight savings time starts that day, but it's really early that morning, like overnight.
Okay, I put the instructions in there.
Anyways, November 4th.
Monocot, so.
I'll be here, theoretically. A little bit more yellow highlights, and this little honey's almost done. I've got a few more things I need to do on her to make her look a little bit more realistic. And I have to sign her, and then I'll varnish her, and I'll write on the back, and we'll put a little hanger. The sides of these are painted black, so you can hang them up on the wall. Ignore the masking tape on the back. There'll be a little hanger, so you can pop them up on the wall without having to frame them, though you could always frame them. And we'll have these at Whitby next weekend. And I guess we will. This was good, and we'll be seeing quite a few of you.
Thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you so much. And we'll see you next Sunday, or the Sunday after, or whatever it is.
Bye-bye.
Bye.